Picture an ordinary Thursday afternoon in any mid-sized city you know. The light is flat and gray, the kind that flattens shadows and makes everything look slightly overexposed, slightly unreal. A bus has just exhaled a crowd of people onto a downtown sidewalk. Office workers, students, a woman with a stroller, an older man with a canvas bag over one shoulder. They scatter in different directions with the unconscious choreography of people who do this every day. Nobody looks at anybody else for more than a fraction of a second. Nobody needs to. Now imagine that somewhere in that crowd, or just outside it, or leaning against a wall 40 feet away with the practiced stillness of someone who has learned that stillness is invisible, there is a person running a calculation. Not with a spreadsheet, not with conscious deliberation, not with the slow, logical machinery of reason. The calculation is faster than that. Faster, in fact, than the conscious mind can fully track. It is happening in the same neurological substrate where you decide to flinch before you know something is flying at your face. It is happening in the body before it reaches the brain, or more precisely, it is happening in the parts of the brain that predate language, predate civilization, predate everything we think of when we think of human intelligence. Within 10 seconds, often fewer, that calculation is complete. A person has been selected, not randomly, not arbitrarily, with a precision that, if you could slow it down and examine it frame by frame, would reveal an internal logic so consistent, so replicable, so rule-governed that researchers have been able to map it, test it, and verify it in controlled conditions. The selected person almost certainly has no idea. They are thinking about dinner, or a text message, or whether they left the stove on. They are moving through a world they believe to be more or less neutral, more or less safe, more or less indifferent to them. They are wrong, in this moment, about all of that. This is the 10-second world. It exists inside the ordinary world the way a parallel channel exists inside a river, moving at a different speed, governed by different pressures, invisible from the surface, but absolutely, consequentially real, what this document is and what it is not. Before we go any further, we need to establish something clearly, because the subject matter of this script sits at the intersection of several fields: criminology, evolutionary psychology, cognitive neuroscience, behavioral kinesics, and that intersection is genuinely complex, genuinely contested in places, and genuinely susceptible to misuse if approached carelessly. This is a script about the science and psychology of criminal target selection. It is grounded in peer-reviewed research, documented case records, published criminological interviews, and behavioral science with established empirical foundations. Where evidence is strong, we will say so. Where evidence is preliminary, contested, or reliant on self-report from populations with obvious motivational reasons to distort their accounts, we will say that too. Intellectual honesty is not optional here. It is the entire point. What this is not is a document that suggests victimhood is a personal failure. It is not a document that implies people who are victimized by crime brought that experience upon themselves through insufficient posture or inadequate situational awareness. The science we are about to examine describes mechanisms, real, documented, replicable mechanisms that exist in the world. Describing those mechanisms is not the same as endorsing the moral framework of the people who exploit them. A medical text that explains how a pathogen enters the body is not blaming the sick for getting sick. The same logic applies here. With that framing established, we can proceed into the actual territory of this inquiry. And the first thing we need to understand is how radical, how genuinely surprising the foundational research was when it first appeared, and how thoroughly it overturned the dominant assumption about who criminals choose and why, the default assumption and why it was wrong. For most of the 20th century, the dominant narrative about criminal victim selection, to the extent that there was a systematic narrative at all, was essentially one of opportunism and randomness. Criminals chose targets the way lightning chose trees, based on proximity, exposure, and the kind of dumb luck that could not be analyzed or predicted in advance. You were in the wrong place at the wrong time. That was the whole story. This narrative was comforting in a specific, perverse way. If selection was random, then there was nothing particular about you that made you a target, no quality you possessed, no signal you emitted, no behavioral pattern that drew attention. You were simply unlucky. The randomness was cold, but it was impersonal. It absolved everyone of the need to think too hard about the mechanics of what had happened. It was also, the research would eventually show, substantially incorrect, not entirely incorrect. Randomness and proximity do play roles, and we will examine those roles carefully. But the picture that emerges from 4 decades of rigorous criminological and behavioral research is vastly more nuanced, more systematic, and more psychologically rich than the lightning entries model allows. Criminal target selection, particularly in predatory crimes involving personal violence, robbery, assault, sexual violence, abduction, is not random. It is patterned. It is consistent across offenders who have never met each other, across geographic and cultural contexts that share almost nothing else in common, and across time. The same signals, identified by the same rapid perceptual process, emerge again and again in the research with a consistency that demands explanation. The explanation, when it came, arrived from an unexpected direction. How the research began. Betty Grayson and the videotape experiment. In 1981, a researcher named Betty Grayson, working with sociologist Stein, conducted a study that would become foundational to the entire field of predatory target selection research. The methodology was simple, almost shockingly so given the complexity of what it revealed. Grayson and Stein set up a video camera on a New York City sidewalk and filmed ordinary pedestrians going about their day. Nothing staged, nothing prompted, just people moving through urban space the way they always did, with all of their habits, their postures, their gait patterns, their characteristic ways of occupying the physical world. They then took that footage to a prison and showed it to a group of incarcerated violent offenders. These were men convicted of predatory crimes, assault, robbery, sexual violence. They had, in other words, documented operational experience in exactly the kind of victim selection this study was trying to understand. The researchers asked them to do something that might seem, on the surface, almost too simple to be scientifically meaningful. Watch the footage and identify which pedestrians they would have selected as targets. What happened next is the reason this study is still being cited, still being taught, and still being argued about more than 4 decades later. The offenders, who did not know each other, who came from different backgrounds, who had committed different types of crimes and operated in different contexts, showed extraordinary consensus. They identified the same people. Over and over again, independently, without conferring, they pointed to the same individuals on the footage as potential targets, and they did so within seconds of seeing each person appear on screen. More striking still, the people they did not select, the people they looked at and passed over, were equally consistent. There were individuals on that footage that essentially no one in the study chose. There were others that essentially everyone chose. And the difference between those two groups was not, as the random selection model would predict, arbitrary. It was systematic. It was legible. It was, once the researchers began to analyze it, attributable to specific, identifiable nonverbal characteristics. The question that followed, the question that this entire body of research has been trying to answer ever since, was, what exactly were those characteristics? What was the predatory I actually seeing in those 10 seconds? What was the calculation being made, and in what currency? The architecture of vulnerability. The answer, as we will explore in extraordinary detail throughout this script, is that the predatory appraisal is reading what we might call the architecture of vulnerability. Not vulnerability in the abstract, emotional sense, not weakness of character or timidity of personality, but vulnerability in the precise, physical, behavioral sense. The body in motion communicates information continuously and involuntarily. It communicates physical capability. How fast can this person move? How much resistance might they offer? It communicates psychological state. Is this person alert or distracted, confident or anxious, present in their environment or somewhere else entirely? It communicates social connection. Is this person likely to be missed, likely to cause a scene, likely to have people nearby who would intervene? All of this information, and the research suggests it is genuinely all of this information, processed in parallel at extraordinary speed, is what the experienced predator reads in the first seconds of encounter. The reading is not fully conscious. It does not happen in language. It does not proceed through logical steps the thinker could articulate clearly if asked. It arrives as a gestalt impression, a felt sense, what we might colloquially call a gut feeling, but which is, neurologically speaking, something considerably more sophisticated and considerably more accurate than that phrase implies. This is the architecture we are going to examine. We are going to look at every element of it, the specific nonverbal cues that signal vulnerability, the neurological mechanisms that allow for their rapid processing, the environmental factors that amplify or suppress them, the psychological profile of the person doing the reading, the documented testimony of the people who have done this reading professionally and destructively throughout their criminal careers. And we are going to understand it with the kind of precision and depth that the subject genuinely demands. Why this matters beyond the academic. There is a version of this inquiry that stays in the academy, that exists as a set of papers in criminology journals, read by researchers and policy professionals and students of behavioral science. That version is valuable. The research is important and deserves the serious scholarly attention it receives. But there is another version that matters to ordinary people in the ordinary world. The world of that Thursday afternoon sidewalk. The world of parking garages and late trains and empty streets, and all the microenvironments where the invisible calculus of predatory selection is potentially running. And that version demands a different kind of communication. It demands that the science be explained not just accurately, but viscerally, that the mechanisms be not just understood intellectually, but felt, in the way that useful knowledge becomes integrated into the body rather than stored in the head. The goal of this script is to inhabit both versions simultaneously, to be scientifically rigorous and emotionally resonant, to take the research seriously on its own terms while translating it into the language of lived human experience, to be, in the end, both academically honest and genuinely useful. There is also something else this inquiry offers that is perhaps less frequently acknowledged. a kind of uncomfortable intimacy with the predatory mind itself. Understanding how a criminal selects a target requires understanding, at least partially, how a criminal thinks, what they perceive, what they value, what signals they trust, what logic governs their choices, even when that logic never rises to the level of conscious articulation. This is not comfortable knowledge, but it is, for exactly that reason, important knowledge. The predator's gaze has been operating in the world throughout the whole of human history. The least we can do is look back at it clearly. A map of what follows. The sections that follow this introduction will take you through the complete landscape of criminal target selection research and its psychological, neurological, and practical implications. We will spend considerable time with the original Grayson-Stein research and its successors, understanding not just what they found, but exactly how they found it, and what the methodology reveals about the reliability and limits of the conclusions. We will examine the body language of vulnerability in granular, scientific detail, the specific kinetic patterns that research has identified as vulnerability signals, and the biomechanical and psychological reasons those patterns exist and persist. We will enter the predatory mind itself, drawing on cognitive science, criminal expertise research, and the documented accounts of offenders to understand the perceptual and psychological machinery that processes those signals. We will look at environment, how space, time, and social context function as variables that amplify or suppress target vulnerability. We will examine the countermodels, Jeff Cooper's situational awareness framework, Gavin de Becker's intuition-based threat detection system, that represent the most serious attempts to translate this science into protective practice. And then we will do something that this kind of content often neglects. We will sit with the ethical complexity of all of it. We will examine what this science cannot explain, what it risks distorting when applied carelessly, and what it means, truly means, to move through a world where this invisible selection process is always potentially at work. That is a lot of territory. It is exactly the right amount of territory for a subject this important. Let us begin. The Grayson-Stein study, where science first looked the predator in the eye, to understand why the Grayson-Stein study was important. Genuinely, historically important, not merely interesting. You have to understand the intellectual landscape into which it arrived. The year was 1981. The field of victimology, the systematic study of crime victims and the factors that contribute to victimization, was barely 2 decades old as a formal discipline. Its emergence is typically dated to the work of Benjamin Mendelsohn and Hans von Hentig in the 1940s, both of whom, in different ways and with different emphases, began to argue that victims were not simply passive recipients of criminal violence, but participants, in a strictly analytical, non-moral sense, in a dynamic interaction whose structure could be studied. This was controversial from the beginning, for reasons that remain relevant today and which we will address at length in the ethics section of this script. The fear that studying victims could slide into blaming them was real and not unfounded. But the intellectual impulse was sound. If crime is an interaction between two parties, then understanding both parties is necessary for understanding the interaction. At BY 1981, victimology had produced a body of work focused primarily on post-incident analysis. Who had been victimized? In what circumstances, with what demographic characteristics, with what relationship to their offenders. This was important work, but it was retrospective. It looked backward from the moment of crime to try to understand what had created the conditions for it. What it had not yet managed to do, systematically and empirically, was to look forward, to identify, in advance, in real time, the mechanisms by which a victim was selected before the crime occurred. That is the gap the Grayson-Stein study attempted to fill. And the way they filled it was, in retrospect, elegant in its directness. The methodology in full. Betty Grayson was a researcher with a background in movement analysis, specifically in the study of how human bodies communicate meaning through motion. This background was not incidental to the study's design. It reflects an important intellectual tradition rooted in the work of Rudolf Laban and later systematized by researchers like Irmgard Bardenief, which holds that human movement is not arbitrary but structured, that the way a person moves through space reflects and communicates their psychological state, their relationship to their environment, their sense of their own efficacy and presence in the world. This tradition had been applied in therapeutic, theatrical, and educational contexts. Grayson and Stein applied it to criminology. The filming portion of the study was conducted on a New York City sidewalk during ordinary daytime hours, without informing the pedestrians being filmed. The camera captured a continuous stream of ordinary people in ordinary motion. The full, unmanipulated range of how human beings move through urban space when they are simply going about their lives. The footage was then coded and cataloged, establishing a baseline record of exactly what had been captured. The selection of the prison population for the viewing phase of the study was deliberate and specific. The researchers did not use a random sample of the incarcerated population. They specifically recruited men convicted of predatory crimes, crimes that, by their nature, involved the selection of a victim who was not known to the offender in advance. Robbery, assault, sexual violence. These were people whose criminal histories demonstrated that they had, on multiple occasions, performed exactly the kind of rapid target assessment that the study was trying to understand. They were, in the most literal sense, subject matter experts in the behavior under investigation. This is worth emphasizing because it is sometimes missed in popular accounts of the study. The researchers were not asking random people to guess who looked vulnerable. They were asking demonstrated, experienced predators to do what they had demonstrably done before: identify targets. The selection of this particular population is what gives the findings their specific and unsettling authority. The viewing sessions were conducted individually. Each participant watched the footage alone, without the ability to confer with or be influenced by other participants. They were instructed to watch the pedestrians on screen and rate each one for potential targeting, to indicate, in effect, who they would have selected as a potential victim if they had encountered this person on the street. The ratings were made quickly, reflecting the actual speed of real-world predatory assessment rather than the slower deliberation of analytical judgment. What the data showed. The results, when the researchers compiled and analyzed them, were striking enough to demand serious attention from the criminological community and to generate a body of follow-up research that continues to this day. The first and most fundamental finding was the one already alluded to in the introduction: the extraordinary consensus among offenders about which individuals were suitable targets. Men who had never met, who had committed different types of crimes, who came from different demographic backgrounds and criminal contexts, showed a level of agreement in their selections that was statistically far beyond what chance could explain. When the researchers looked at the footage that had generated the highest consensus ratings, the individuals rated as most targetable by the largest proportion of participants, and compared it to the footage that had generated the lowest consensus ratings, they found that the two groups were visually, behaviorally, kinetically distinct in ways that could be identified, cataloged, and analyzed. The second key finding was the speed of the assessments. Participants did not deliberate. They did not slow the footage down, did not ask to see people again, did not visibly work through a checklist of characteristics before arriving at a rating. Their responses were fast, consistent with the real-world operational timelines that experienced offenders often describe when interviewed about target selection. The assessment happened, in essence, in the same compressed time frame that characterizes expert perceptual judgment in other high-stakes domains. The experienced emergency room physician who knows something is wrong with a patient before the test results come back. The veteran firefighter who senses a building is about to collapse before they can articulate why. The knowledge arrives before the reasoning. The third finding, and this is where Grayson's background in movement analysis became most directly relevant, was that when the researchers began to analyze what distinguished the high consensus targets from the low consensus targets, the differences were not primarily demographic. They were not, first and foremost, about age, gender, size, or physical appearance in the conventional sense. They were about movement, about how people moved, about the specific kinetic patterns that characterized each individual's way of occupying and traversing physical space. The movement characteristics, an initial map, the researchers identified several categories of movement that appeared to differentiate high consensus targets from low consensus targets. These categories would be refined, expanded, and in some cases challenged by subsequent research, but as an initial map of the terrain they remained foundational. The first category was what the researchers described as gait characteristics, the overall pattern of a person's walking, including stride length, pace, weight distribution, and what might be called the energetic quality of the movement. High consensus targets tended to show gait patterns that, in the vocabulary of movement analysis, suggested diminished energy and reduced intentionality. Shorter, less decisive strides. Movement that appeared to be happening to the person rather than being directed by them. A quality of drift rather than purpose. The second category was what the researchers called postural organization, the overall structural relationship between different parts of the body during movement. High consensus targets showed more postural collapse, rounded shoulders, forward head position, a general contraction inward that, in both biomechanical and psychological terms, reduces the body's apparent scale and communicates a defensive, self-protective orientation that paradoxically invites rather than deters approach. The third category was nonverbal attentiveness, the degree to which the moving person appeared to be monitoring their environment. High consensus targets showed lower environmental scanning. Their gaze was more often downward or inward directed. They showed fewer of the subtle head movements, the microscans, the peripheral glances, the casual environmental check-ins that characterize a person who is actively present in their surroundings. The fourth category was what we might call movement coherence, the degree to which the different parts of the body moved in coordinated, integrated ways. Human movement, when produced by a person in a state of physical and psychological confidence, shows a characteristic fluency. The arms swing naturally and symmetrically. The torso rotates in coordination with the legs. The whole system moves as a unified whole. High consensus targets showed more movement fragmentation, asymmetries, interruptions, a lack of the smooth integration that characterizes confident, purposeful locomotion. These four categories, gait energy, postural organization, environmental attentiveness, and movement coherence, formed the initial analytical framework that Grayson and Stein used to describe what the predatory I was reading. They are not exhaustive. Subsequent decades of research have added significant texture and complexity to this picture, but they represent the first rigorous attempt to give scientific language to something that experienced criminals had been doing by feel, by instinct, by accumulated perceptual expertise for the entirety of their predatory careers. The reception of the research. The study was published in 1981 in the journal Victimology. Its reception was, predictably, mixed. The criminological community's response ranged from genuine interest to significant skepticism, and several of the specific criticisms raised were methodologically legitimate. The most substantial concern was about the sample size and specificity of both the footage subjects and the prison raiders. The study used a relatively small number of pedestrian subjects, 60 in the original footage, and a prison population that, while carefully selected for offense type, was drawn from a specific institutional context and may not have been representative of the broader population of predatory offenders. Criminologists are a methodologically careful community, and many pointed out that the leap from this particular group of incarcerated men in this particular prison showed consensus about this particular footage to predatory criminals generally select targets based on these nonverbal cues, was a significant inferential step that required replication and extension before it could be taken as established. These concerns were scientifically appropriate and were, over time, substantially addressed by subsequent research. Multiple studies conducted in different countries, with different populations, using different methodologies, have largely replicated and extended the core findings of the Grayson-Stein study. The replication is imperfect, science always is, and specific aspects of the original findings have been refined or challenged. But the central claim, that predatory criminals exercise systematic, non-random target selection based on readily perceptible nonverbal cues, and that this selection process shows substantial consistency across offenders, has survived the scrutiny of 4 decades of follow-up research with its essential architecture intact. The second concern raised about the study was the ethical dimension of victim research generally. The worry that identifying characteristics of victimization could be used to blame victims or to argue that victimization is somehow the victim's own fault. This concern was serious enough that it influenced the reception of the study well beyond the strictly methodological community, generating discussion in legal, feminist, and policy circles about the appropriate use and framing of such findings. This is a legitimate and important conversation, and we will engage with it in full in the ethics section of this script. For now, it is sufficient to note that the concern, while philosophically important, does not itself constitute a methodological critique of the research. The question of what the findings mean ethically is distinct from the question of whether the findings are accurate. Both questions deserve serious attention. Conflating them serves neither inquiry. The study in its broader scientific context is worth situating the Grayson-Stein study within the broader scientific context of the early 1980s, because that context illuminates both why the study was possible at that particular moment and why its findings resonated in the ways that they did. The 1970s and early 1980s saw significant advances in the scientific study of nonverbal communication. The tradition of kinesics research, associated primarily with Ray Birdwhistell, had established that human movement was structured and communicative in ways that could be systematically analyzed. Albert Mehrabian's research on the components of interpersonal communication, which, while frequently misquoted in popular contexts, genuinely demonstrated the disproportionate communicative weight carried by nonverbal channels, had drawn significant attention to the informational content of the body. Paul Ekman's work on facial expressions and microexpressions was underway and beginning to generate findings that would eventually reshape psychological and criminological thinking about how emotion and intention are communicated non-verbally. In this context, Grayson's background in movement analysis was not peripheral to the study's design. It was central. The study was, in a real sense, an application of the emerging science of nonverbal communication to the specific problem of predatory target selection. And the specific finding that emerged, that the relevant cues were kinetic rather than purely demographic, was not a surprise to researchers working in the movement analysis tradition. It was, in a sense, the prediction that tradition would have made. What was surprising, what gave the study its particular impact, was the magnitude and consistency of the consensus among offenders. The researchers expected that experienced predators would show some ability to identify vulnerability cues in movement. They were not quite prepared for the degree to which different offenders, independently assessing the same footage, converged on the same individuals. That degree of consensus implied a level of perceptual systematicity, a level of reliability and replicability in the predatory appraisal that was beyond what most researchers had assumed. Follow-up research. The picture develops in the decades following the Grayson-Stein study. Researchers in criminology, behavioral science, and social psychology extended the initial findings in multiple directions. A comprehensive review of all subsequent research would require its own document of considerable length. Here we will focus on the most significant threads. Angela Book and colleagues at Brock University conducted a series of studies in the 2000s that examined the relationship between psychopathy and the ability to identify vulnerability from nonverbal cues. Their findings suggested that individuals with higher psychopathy scores showed greater accuracy in identifying targets who had previously been victimized, specifically, that they were more sensitive to the subtle movement and postural cues associated with prior victimization. This research added a significant dimension to the Grayson-Stein Foundation. Not only did predatory criminals show consensus in target selection, but individuals with the psychological profile most associated with predatory behavior appeared to possess a specifically enhanced sensitivity to the relevant cues. The implication, disturbing but scientifically coherent, is that predatory targeting is not merely a learned skill, but may have a dispositional component, an attentional orientation toward vulnerability signals that is itself part of the predatory psychological profile. Work by Lorraine Sheridan and colleagues examined target selection in the context of stalking, revealing that the cues relevant to initial target selection in opportunistic predatory crimes share significant overlap with the cues relevant to victim selection in more sustained, relationship-based patterns of predatory behavior. The consistency of the relevant cue categories across these very different crime types suggests that they are not artifacts of any particular criminal context, but reflect something more fundamental about the information content of human movement. Research by criminologists examining robbery specifically, a crime type particularly amenable to empirical study because it frequently involves multiple victims and multiple offenders across time. Generating comparative data consistently found that experienced offenders describe their target selection processes in terms that map directly onto the categories identified by Grayson and Stein. The language varied: soft, distracted, not paying attention, easy, but the reference were consistent. Experienced robbers selected targets who moved with less confidence, scanned their environment less actively, and presented their bodies in ways that communicated reduced capacity for resistance or alarm. What the study does not tell us, in the interest of the intellectual honesty that this script has committed to, we should be precise about the limits of the Grayson-Stein research and its successors. The study does not tell us that nonverbal cues are the only factor in predatory target selection. Environmental context, temporal factors, the specific criminal opportunity being pursued, the offender's operational state, intoxication, desperation, arousal level, and the availability of alternative targets are all variables that influence selection in the real world and that the controlled footage paradigm could not fully capture. The nonverbal cues we have been discussing are powerful and consistent, but they do not operate in isolation. They operate within a system of factors, and understanding them as the sole determinant of target selection would be both scientifically inaccurate and practically misleading. The study does not tell us that modifying nonverbal cues is a reliable or comprehensive protective strategy. We will address this directly in the section on practical applications, but it bears noting here. The research describes a pattern. Describing a pattern is not the same as specifying a simple intervention that neutralizes it. The world is more complicated than that, and the study does not tell us anything definitive about the subjective experience of the predator doing the selecting, what it feels like, from the inside, to run this rapid appraisal. For that, we need a different kind of evidence. We need the testimony of the people who have done it, filtered through appropriate skepticism about the reliability of criminal self-report. That testimony is the subject of a later section of this script. For now, what the Grayson-Stein study and its successors give us is a foundational empirical platform. Target selection is systematic, it is rapid, it is based substantially on nonverbal behavioral cues, and those cues cluster around a consistent set of categories related to movement quality, postural organization, and environmental attentiveness. That platform is solid enough to build on. And the structure we are building, section by section, layer by layer, begins now to rise. The language the body speaks without permission. Your body is talking right now. It has been talking since the moment you entered whatever space you are currently in, and it will continue talking until you leave it. It is talking to everyone in the room, everyone who passes you on the street, everyone who catches a glimpse of you through a window or across a parking lot. It is talking whether you want it to or not, whether you are aware of it or not, whether the messages it is sending are the messages you would consciously choose to send if you were given the option. You are almost certainly not aware of most of what it is saying. Most people are not. This is not a flaw in human design. It is, in most circumstances, a feature. The automaticity of nonverbal communication is what makes social interaction fluid, what allows us to process social information at the speed required for ordinary human life without burning up our entire cognitive budget on the task. But that automaticity has a shadow side. If your body speaks without your conscious permission, then others can read what it is saying without your knowledge. And some of those others are reading it with purposes that are not benign. This section is about the specific language your body speaks, and specifically about the dialect of that language that is legible to predatory observers. We are going to examine that dialect with forensic precision, not to frighten, but to illuminate. Knowledge of a system is the first step toward both understanding and, where possible, influencing it. The science of kinesics, reading motion as meaning. The scientific study of human movement as communication is called kinesics, a term introduced by anthropologist Ray Birdwhistell in the 1950s. Birdwhistell's core proposition, controversial in some forms but substantially supported by subsequent research, was that human movement is structured in ways analogous to language. It is organized, rule-governed, and capable of conveying meaning that can be read by trained observers. Birdwhistell himself was primarily interested in gesture and facial expression in social interaction, and his methodology was highly qualitative. But his foundational proposition, that the body communicates systematically and legibly, has been vindicated and extended by research across multiple subsequent fields. Albert Mehrabian's research in the 1960s and 1970s, conducted at UCLA, examined the relative weight of different communicative channels in conveying emotional meaning. Mehrabian's famous figures, 7% verbal, 38% vocal, 55% nonverbal, have been so thoroughly decontextualized and misapplied in popular culture that they have become almost a scientific cautionary tale. But the underlying research is more carefully designed than its popular rendering suggests. What Mehrabian consistently found, in his specific experimental contexts, was that when the verbal and nonverbal channels of communication conveyed conflicting messages, when what someone said contradicted how they said it or how they held their body, observers consistently weighted the nonverbal information more heavily than the verbal. This was not a finding about all communication in all contexts. It was a finding about the relative authority of channels in conditions of conflict or ambiguity. For the predatory appraisal, Mehrabian's framework is directly relevant. The moment of target selection is inherently a moment of ambiguity. The predator does not know the potential target, has no prior relationship with them, and must form an assessment based on extremely limited information in an extremely compressed time frame. In exactly these conditions, unfamiliarity, ambiguity, time pressure, the research consistently shows that nonverbal information dominates. The body, in other words, is speaking the loudest in precisely the moments when it matters most. Gait, the most fundamental vulnerability signal out of all the nonverbal vulnerability signals identified in the research, gait, the characteristic pattern of a person's walking, has received the most attention, generated the most consistent findings, and produced the most detailed and replicable body of research. This is partly because gait is relatively easy to measure and quantify compared to more subtle postural or facial cues. It is also because gait is, in some fundamental sense, the most public and continuous nonverbal signal a person in motion emits. When you are walking through a space, your gait is visible from a distance, in motion, to anyone who cares to observe it. It is the first thing a predatory observer can read. The specific gait characteristics associated with heightened target vulnerability in the research fall into several distinct but interrelated categories. Stride length and decisiveness is the first and perhaps most fundamental. Research conducted in the years following Grayson-Stein, including observational work by criminologists who interviewed offenders about their target selection processes, consistently found that reduced stride length was associated with perceived vulnerability. This might seem counterintuitive at first. A shorter stride is simply a smaller step, and it is not obvious why step size should communicate vulnerability. But the connection becomes clearer when you understand what stride length actually reflects. A full, confident stride requires commitment. The body leans forward, extends the lead leg, and trusts that the ground will be there and that the body can maintain its momentum. Short, tentative strides reflect the opposite, a movement pattern that hedges, that holds back, that does not commit to forward motion with full energy. In behavioral terms, it is the kinetic signature of hesitation. And hesitation, to the predatory observer, reads as uncertainty about one's safety in the environment, which is, for their purposes, exactly the kind of uncertainty they want to exploit. Pace variability is closely related but distinct. A confident person moving through an environment typically maintains a relatively consistent pace, purposeful, directed, sustainable. Pace variability, sudden slowdowns, moments of stopping and reorienting, abrupt changes in direction, signals environmental disorientation. The person is not entirely sure where they are going, or is unsure about their safety in the environment, or is processing something that is pulling their attention away from their forward motion. Each of these possibilities is useful information for the predatory observer. Weight shifting and lateral sway represent a third gait category. Normal human walking involves a controlled transfer of weight from side to side, mediated by the core musculature and producing a smooth, flowing lateral movement pattern. Excessive lateral sway, a pronounced, uncontrolled side-to-side motion, is associated with both physical factors, fatigue, intoxication, certain physical conditions, and psychological ones, anxiety, dissociation, reduced body awareness. The critical point is not the cause of the pattern, but its effect on the predatory observer's appraisal. Excessive lateral sway reads as reduced physical stability and control. Arm swing asymmetry is perhaps the most technically specific of the gait vulnerability signals, and it is one of the most consistently replicated findings in the research. Normal human walking involves a natural, symmetric pendular motion of the arms. The left arm swings forward as the right leg steps forward, and vice versa. This cross-lateral movement pattern is mediated by the same neural systems that coordinate the legs, and its absence or asymmetry is often clinically associated with neurological or musculoskeletal conditions. But it is also associated with psychological states, specifically with states of anxiety, self-consciousness, or suppressed emotion that cause individuals to constrain or limit their natural arm motion. People who are anxious in their environment frequently reduce or asymmetrize their arm swing, pulling their arms in toward their body or allowing one arm to swing freely while the other is constrained. This is involuntary. It is the body physically manifesting a psychological state of contraction and self-protection. And it is, the research shows, reliably readable to experienced observers as a vulnerability signal. Posture, the architecture of presence. If gait describes how the body moves through space, posture describes how the body organizes itself in space. The structural relationships between different body segments, the alignment of the spine, the position of the shoulders, the orientation of the head and chest. Postural research in the context of predatory target selection has produced a consistent finding. Postural collapse, the inward, downward, contracted postural organization that physically reduces the body's apparent size and energetic presence, is strongly associated with perceived vulnerability. The biomechanics of this relationship are worth understanding in some detail. Human upright posture, in its maximally organized form, involves a vertical stacking of body segments, ankles over heels, knees over ankles, hips over knees, rib cage over pelvis, head over rib cage. That produces a structural efficiency requiring minimal muscular effort to maintain. A body organized in this way occupies space fully, projects a clear structural presence, and, critically, is positioned to respond rapidly to physical challenge. The musculature is in a state of available readiness. The sensory systems are oriented outward. The body, in short, is present in the world. Postural collapse involves the degradation of this organization. Rounded shoulders pull the chest inward and down, reducing the volume and presence of the thorax. A forward head position moves the center of mass forward of the body's optimal balance point, requiring compensatory muscular work and reducing postural stability. Reduced lumbar curve flattens the energetic engagement of the spine. The net effect is a body that is physically smaller in its space, structurally less stable, and neurologically less available for rapid response. The psychological dimensions of posture are deeply explored in a growing body of research associated with the concept of embodied cognition. The finding that the relationship between posture and psychological state is bidirectional, not unidirectional. Most people understand intuitively that psychological states influence posture, that sadness produces a characteristic postural slump, that fear produces contraction, that confidence produces expansion. What the embodied cognition research adds, and this is genuinely important for both the predatory observer's appraisal and for the practical applications we will discuss later, is that the relationship runs in the other direction as well. Posture influences psychological state. A person who adopts an expanded, organized postural configuration shows measurable changes in their hormonal profile, their subjective experience, and their behavioral outputs. They become, at least temporarily, more genuinely confident and capable. The body is not merely expressing the mind. The body is shaping it. For the predatory appraisal, what matters is the initial postural presentation. Collapsed, contracted posture communicates, in the rapid, pre-conscious appraisal of the experienced observer, several things simultaneously. Reduced physical capability, diminished psychological confidence, and a self-protective orientation that, paradoxically, makes the person easier rather than harder to approach. The person who is physically bracing themselves against the world is, in a kinetic sense, already retreating from it. Eye contact, gaze pattern, and environmental awareness. The eyes are the most communicatively dense structures in the human body. An extraordinary proportion of the neural real estate devoted to social information processing is dedicated to reading other people's eyes, direction of gaze, frequency of blinking, degree of dilation, pattern of movement. We are, as a species, specialists in reading other people's visual behavior, and that specialization is mutual. Our own visual behavior communicates to others in ways that are similarly specialized and similarly powerful. In the context of predatory target selection, gaze behavior functions as one of the clearest indicators of environmental awareness, of the degree to which a person is actively monitoring their surroundings, and, by extension, of the degree to which they are likely to notice, respond to, and complicate a predatory approach. Downward gaze, eyes directed toward the ground, the phone, the inside of the bag being carried, is the single most powerful environmental awareness signal. It communicates, with remarkable efficiency, that the person's attention is not on their surroundings. They are not scanning. They are not monitoring. They are not available for eye contact with potential threats, which means they are not performing the silent, mutually acknowledged social negotiation of awareness that typically functions as a deterrent to approach. A predatory actor observing a person with consistently downward gaze receives a clear and useful message. This person does not know I am here. Peripheral scanning, the habit of making regular, casual sweeps of the peripheral visual field to monitor what is happening at the edges of awareness, is, In the research, one of the most reliable markers of the kind of environmental presence that reduces perceived vulnerability. It does not require dramatic, suspicious-looking head turns. It is, in its practiced form, subtle enough to be almost invisible to a casual observer while being entirely legible to an attentive one. A person who scans their periphery is a person whose attention is distributed across their environment rather than concentrated on a specific internal or downward focus. They are harder to surprise. They are likely to notice and approach earlier. They are, from the predatory perspective, a less attractive proposition. The research on gaze and predatory selection draws on a broader body of work in social psychology, examining the social functions of eye contact. Maintaining appropriate eye contact with people in one's environment, not staring, but the brief, acknowledging glance that registers another person's presence, performs a specific social function in public space. It signals that the person is aware, present, and capable of recognizing and potentially identifying those around them. This is, in a very direct sense, deterrence through visibility. I see you, therefore you are not invisible to me. Therefore, approaching me carries a risk of recognition and identification that you might prefer to avoid. The absence of this eye contact pattern. The person who moves through public space without registering other people, who exists in a kind of social bubble of inward focus, signals the opposite. To the predatory observer, it communicates something close to an operational ideal. A person who will not see the approach coming, who will not register warning signs early enough to respond effectively, and who will not have a clear cognitive record of the approaching face. Distraction behaviors and the modern vulnerability profile that it would be impossible to discuss gaze patterns and environmental awareness in the contemporary context without addressing what may be the single most significant development in the practical landscape of predatory target selection in the past 2 decades, the smartphone. The research on pedestrian smartphone use and situational awareness is both extensive and deeply consistent. A person using a smartphone while walking, not just checking a notification but actively engaged with the screen, shows a characteristic behavioral profile that maps almost precisely onto the vulnerability cue clusters identified in the pre-smartphone research. Gaze is downward and locked. Peripheral scanning is absent or severely reduced. Gait pace and variability change. Environmental attentiveness, the distributed, ambient monitoring of the surrounding space that characterizes a person who is present in their environment, essentially disappears. A 2012 study published in Accident Analysis and Prevention documented the impact of mobile phone use on pedestrian awareness and found that phone-engaged pedestrians changed direction less frequently, suggesting reduced environmental monitoring, acknowledged fewer people in their environment, and showed significantly degraded performance on measures of situational awareness. This research was conducted in the context of pedestrian safety, not criminal victimization, but the behavioral profile it documents is directly relevant to the predatory appraisal. Similarly, the use of personal audio devices, earbuds, headphones, that engage the auditory channel in a way that suppresses environmental monitoring represents a significant reduction in the multi-sensory awareness that characterizes environmentally present behavior. Hearing is a warning system. It is omnidirectional in a way that vision is not. You can hear things that are happening behind you, to your side, around corners, that your visual field would not capture. A person wearing earbuds has voluntarily disabled a significant portion of their environmental warning system. From the predatory perspective, This represents a meaningful reduction in the target's ability to detect and respond to an approach. The combination of smartphone engagement and personal audio devices, which is an extremely common behavioral pattern in contemporary urban environments, particularly among younger adults, produces a vulnerability profile that is, in terms of the behavioral cues it generates, remarkably similar to the high consensus target profiles identified in the Grayson-Stein research and its successors. The mechanisms are different. Those original targets were not distracted by technology, but by internal psychological states. But the behavioral output is comparable. The predatory appraisal reads the behavior, not its cause, the involuntary nature of these signals. Why this is not blame that we have now covered a substantial range of specific nonverbal vulnerability signals, gait patterns, postural configurations, gaze behavior, distraction behaviors. Before we move to the next section and begin to examine the predatory mind that reads these signals, it is worth pausing to be precise about something that the framing of this topic can sometimes obscure. The vast majority of these signals are not chosen. They are not the result of bad decisions or insufficient effort or personal weakness. They are the natural, involuntary expression of psychological states, habitual movement patterns, neurological characteristics, and life histories that the person displaying them did not fully choose and cannot simply will away. A person who moves with postural collapse because they have carried chronic anxiety for 20 years is not making a choice to appear vulnerable. A person who avoids eye contact because of social anxiety is not deciding to lower their environmental awareness. A person who checks their phone because they are waiting for an important message is not selecting into a vulnerability profile. The research describes these signals as vulnerability cues in the operational sense. They function as vulnerability cues in the predatory appraisal. They are reliably associated with increased likelihood of target selection. This is a descriptive, not a prescriptive, statement. It describes what happens in the world as it is. It does not, must not, be read as saying that people who display these signals deserve what happens to them, or that their victimization is their responsibility, or that the moral weight of the crime rests anywhere other than entirely on the person who commits it. This distinction is not merely ethical window dressing. It is analytically important. Conflating the mechanism with the moral responsibility distorts both. It produces bad science by importing moral frameworks where empirical description is needed, and it produces bad ethics by using scientific description as moral justification for what is, in the end, simply violence. The body speaks without permission. That is the central fact of this section. The voice it speaks in the 10-second world of predatory appraisal, carries information that is read and used in ways its owner did not consent to and often does not know about. Understanding that system, precisely, rigorously, honestly, is the first step toward anything useful we might do about it. There is a moment in the testimony of experienced predatory criminals that comes up again and again with a consistency that is almost eerie. It is the moment when they try to explain to a researcher or an interviewer or a parole board how they chose, how they selected this person and not that one, how they knew, and they almost always use that word, knew, that a particular individual was the right target. The moment they try to put that knowledge into language, something interesting happens. They struggle, not because they are being evasive, though some certainly are, but because the knowledge they are trying to describe does not have a natural language form. It arrived without words. It exists in their cognitive architecture as something closer to a sensation than a thought. a pull, a recognition, a certainty that preceded any conscious reasoning, and that, when they try to reconstruct it afterward, resists reduction to the kind of logical, step-by-step account that language naturally wants to produce. This is not unique to criminals. It is a feature of expert cognition generally, across an enormous range of domains, and understanding why it works this way, why high-speed, high-accuracy perceptual judgments resist verbal articulation, is essential to understanding the predatory appraisal. Because the mechanism that allows an experienced emergency room physician to look at a patient and know something is wrong before the test results arrive, the mechanism that allows a chess grandmaster to perceive the structure of a game board in seconds rather than hours, the mechanism that allows a veteran firefighter to sense that a building is about to collapse before they can say exactly why. This is the same class of mechanism that allows the experienced predatory criminal to look at a sidewalk full of people and know, within seconds, who they are going to approach. The mechanism has a name in the cognitive science literature. It is called thin-slice judgment, and it is one of the most important concepts in understanding the 10-second world. Thin-slice judgment. The science of rapid, accurate appraisal. The term thin-slice judgment was introduced into the academic literature by Nalini Ambady and Robert Rosenthal in a landmark 1992 paper published in Psychological Bulletin. The paper reviewed a body of evidence suggesting that extremely brief exposures to behavioral stimuli, exposures as short as a few seconds, could produce judgments that were not just faster than longer exposures, but frequently as accurate, and in some cases more accurate. The thin slice refers to the brief sample of behavior used as the basis for judgment, a thin slice of the behavioral stream, rather than the extended observation that common sense might suggest is necessary for accurate assessment. Ambady and Rosenthal's meta-analysis covered studies across a wide range of judgment domains, assessments of personality, competence, interpersonal warmth, deceptiveness, teaching effectiveness, and more. The convergent finding across these diverse domains was that human beings possess a remarkable capacity for rapid, accurate assessment of other people based on extremely limited behavioral information, and that this capacity operates largely outside conscious awareness. The judges in these studies typically could not explain, with any precision, how they had arrived at their assessments. The assessments were simply there, delivered by a perceptual system that processed the behavioral information faster than the verbal, analytical mind could track. The theoretical framework that Ambady and Rosenthal proposed to explain this capacity drew on several converging traditions. Evolutionary theory suggests that the rapid assessment of other people, their intentions, their capabilities, their emotional states, was sufficiently important to survival and social functioning that it would have been subject to significant selective pressure over evolutionary time, producing cognitive machinery specifically designed for fast, efficient social appraisal. Cognitive psychology's research on automaticity suggests that skills practiced to a high level of expertise become encoded in procedural memory systems that operate outside conscious awareness and are faster and less resource-intensive than the analytical systems of working memory. Pattern recognition research suggests that experts in any domain perceive their domain not as a collection of individual features to be analyzed one at a time, but as structured wholes that trigger recognition, the Gestalt perception of the familiar that bypasses serial analysis. All three of these theoretical threads converge on the same prediction. that experienced practitioners of any domain that involves the rapid assessment of behavioral information should show thin-sliced judgment accuracy that exceeds what their conscious reasoning alone could achieve in comparable time frames. The surgeon who has performed 10,000 procedures perceives surgical situations differently from the medical student. The experienced poker player reads the table differently from the novice. And the experienced predatory criminal reads a sidewalk of pedestrians differently from someone who has never selected a target in their life. Criminal expertise and the predatory appraisal. The concept of expertise is central to understanding why the predatory appraisal is as fast and as accurate as the research suggests it is. In the cognitive science literature, expertise is typically defined not by formal credentials or accumulated knowledge in the declarative sense, but by the restructuring of perceptual and cognitive processes that occurs through extensive practice in a domain. Experts do not simply know more than novices. They perceive differently. Their perceptual systems have been tuned, through thousands of hours of experience, to extract specific categories of information rapidly and efficiently from the raw perceptual stream and to pattern match that information against a rich, experience-derived template library that generates rapid, reliable judgments. This is the framework within which to understand the criminal expertise that underlies the predatory appraisal. An individual with an extensive history of predatory crime, multiple offenses across varied contexts and target populations, has, through that history, accumulated an enormous library of experiential data about the relationship between nonverbal behavioral cues and target vulnerability. They have approached thousands of potential targets. They have observed the outcomes of those approaches. They have, over time, developed an implicit statistical model of the relationship between what they observe in a person's movement and posture and the ease or difficulty of the interaction that follows. This model is not conscious. It is not articulated in language. It lives in the procedural memory systems of the brain, encoded not as verbal propositions, but as perceptual templates, patterns that, when encountered, trigger recognition and the associated response. This is why the experienced predator cannot, when asked, clearly explain how they selected a target. They are not withholding information. They do not have the information in a form that is readily translatable into language. The selection process is, for them, what driving a familiar route is for an experienced driver: automatic, fast, efficient, accurate, and largely inaccessible to conscious retrospection. The research on criminal expertise in target selection is unfortunately more limited than we might wish, in part because studying this population in the relevant depth requires extraordinary methodological creativity and access that is difficult to obtain. But the studies that do exist, primarily interview-based research with incarcerated offenders, supplemented by observational work, consistently describe a pattern that matches the expertise framework. Experienced offenders describe their target selection as fast and felt rather than slow and reasoned. They describe the relevant cues in terms that, when analyzed, map onto the categories identified by Grayson and Stein: movement, posture, awareness, presence. And they describe a confidence in their assessments that, like the confidence of experts in other domains, seems to exceed what conscious reasoning alone would justify, and that the evidence suggests is, in fact, justified. The neuroscience of threat detection, older systems, faster clocks, understand the neurological substrate of the predatory appraisal, and, equally important, To understand why its outputs arrive as felt sensations rather than articulated reasoning, it helps to understand something about the architecture of threat detection in the human brain. The human brain is not a single, unified processing system. It is an evolved structure that has accumulated layers of function over evolutionary time, with older, phylogenetically more primitive structures sitting beneath and integrated with newer, more recently evolved ones. The brain systems responsible for threat detection are among the oldest and most primitive in this architecture, and their operating characteristics reflect their evolutionary age. They are fast, preconscious, metabolically efficient, and optimized for speed at the expense of accuracy in ways that reflect the threat environments of our evolutionary past. The amygdala, a paired almond-shaped structure deep within the medial temporal lobe, is the structure most commonly associated with rapid, emotional, and threat-related processing. Its role in fear and threat detection is extensively documented. What is less commonly understood, but crucially important for our purposes, is the speed at which the amygdala operates relative to the cortical systems responsible for conscious reasoning. The amygdala can receive, process, and respond to threat-relevant stimuli in timescales of 100 to 200 milliseconds, faster, in many cases, than the signal even reaches the cortical areas responsible for conscious perception. This means that the amygdala's threat response can be fully underway, producing changes in autonomic arousal, behavioral orientation, and attentional focus before the person is consciously aware of what triggered it. Joseph Ledoux's foundational research on the neural pathways of fear distinguished between two routes by which sensory information reaches the amygdala: a fast, direct route from the thalamus that bypasses the cortex entirely, and a slower, indirect route through the sensory cortex that provides more detailed and accurate information but arrives later. Ledoux called these the low road and the high road, respectively, a memorable shorthand that captures the essential trade-off. The low road is fast but coarse, triggering a rough threat response based on incomplete information. The high road is slow but precise, refining or correcting the initial response once more detailed cortical processing is available. In genuinely threatening situations, the low road speed advantage is the difference between survival and catastrophe. For the predatory appraisal, this architecture is relevant in the following way. The rapid assessment that the experienced predator makes when scanning a sidewalk of potential targets is, at least in part, mediated by exactly these primitive, fast, preconscious threat detection systems. Not because they are detecting a threat to themselves, but because the same perceptual machinery that evolved to rapidly assess others' threat potential is being applied, in an inverted sense, to assess others' vulnerability. The predatory brain is using the same ancient hardware that our ancestors used to rapidly assess whether the approaching stranger was dangerous to assess. Instead, how dangerous they are not. The hardware is the same. The application is inverted. This inversion, the use of threat detection architecture for vulnerability detection purposes, is part of what gives the predatory appraisal its characteristic speed and its characteristic felt quality. It runs in the same fast, subcortical channels as genuine threat detection. It arrives with the same sense of immediacy and certainty. And it is, for the same reasons, largely inaccessible to conscious retrospective analysis. Pattern recognition and the template library. The concept of pattern recognition, already introduced in the expertise discussion, deserves more careful examination in the specific context of the predatory appraisal, because it illuminates something important about what exactly is being recognized and why the recognition is as reliable as the research suggests. Pattern recognition, in the cognitive science sense, is the process by which the brain rapidly matches incoming perceptual information against stored templates derived from prior experience, producing a recognition judgment, familiar/unfamiliar, safe/threatening, target/non-target, without requiring serial analysis of the individual components that make up the pattern. The key feature of template-based pattern recognition, as opposed to feature-by-feature analysis, is that it is holistic. The pattern is recognized as a whole before its components are individually identified. This is why, when you see a face you recognize it before you consciously identify any specific facial feature. The whole arrives before the parts that in the predatory appraisal. The templates being matched against are derived from the offender's experience-built library of encounters, the accumulated record of which presentations, which movement profiles, which behavioral configurations have historically been associated with what the predator is looking for: compliance, reduced resistance, limited alarm-raising capacity, successful victimization. These templates are not consciously constructed or maintained. They are implicit, procedurally encoded, and accessed automatically. The power of this template library is that it is, in effect, a probabilistic model refined by real-world feedback. Every predatory encounter, successful or not, provides information that updates the model. Targets who displayed certain behavioral configurations and proved easy proved the template correct. Targets who displayed certain configurations and proved difficult may have prompted a revision. Over dozens or hundreds of predatory encounters, this feedback process produces a template library with genuine, experience-derived predictive validity. The criminal intuition is not supernatural. It is statistical, implicit, and earned through practice in the worst possible sense of that word. The role of deception detection in the predatory appraisal. One dimension of the predatory appraisal that is sometimes overlooked in discussions focused primarily on vulnerability signals is its role as a form of deception detection, specifically, the detection of performed rather than genuine vulnerability. This is an important nuance. The research suggests that experienced predators are not simply reading behavioral outputs mechanically and selecting anyone who displays the relevant cues regardless of context. There is evidence, primarily from interview research with experienced offenders, that they also assess the authenticity of the presentations they observe. A person who displays vulnerability cues in a context that suggests those cues are natural and habitual is a different proposition from a person who displays what might be called performed calm, an over-controlled, rigid presentation that differs from genuine relaxed confidence in subtle but detectable ways. The distinction matters because it speaks to the sophistication of the predatory appraisal as a perceptual system. It is not simply a threshold detector. Does this person display X amount of vulnerability signal? Yes or no? It is a more nuanced assessment that includes something like authenticity evaluation. Is this person actually as unaware and unready as they appear, or is the appearance misleading? The experienced predator, like the experienced poker player reading a table, is watching for tells that distinguish genuine presentations from performed ones. This has practical implications that we will explore in the sections on protective awareness and behavioral modification. But it also has conceptual implications for how we understand the predatory appraisal itself. It is not a simple signal detection process, but something more resembling a social intelligence evaluation. a rapid assessment of another person's psychological state, capabilities, and readiness, conducted with the specific purpose of identifying exploitability. Psychopathy and enhanced vulnerability detection. No examination of the predatory mind and its perceptual capabilities is complete without addressing the specific relationship between psychopathy and vulnerability detection. This relationship has been the subject of a particularly important and somewhat disturbing line of research that began in earnest in the early 2000s and has continued to generate findings that complicate and enrich the broader picture. The research in question is associated most prominently with Angela Book and her colleagues at Brock University in Canada. Those subsequent researchers have replicated and extended the findings across multiple studies and populations. The initial study, published in 2013, presented participants with video footage of individuals walking and asked them to rate the footage for vulnerability. The participants' levels of psychopathic traits were assessed using validated psychopathy measures. The prior victimization history of the people in the footage was also known to the researchers, based on earlier self-report from the footage subjects. The finding was striking. Participants with higher psychopathy scores were significantly more accurate in identifying individuals who had previously been victimized. They were better at the task of vulnerability detection, not because they processed more information, but because they were more sensitive to the specific cues associated with prior victimization history. The effect was strongest for the interpersonal and affective dimensions of psychopathy, the callousness, the reduced empathy, the shallow emotional engagement, rather than the behavioral dimensions associated with criminal lifestyle. What this suggests is troubling in its implications. It implies that the capacity for predatory vulnerability detection is not purely a learned skill acquired through criminal experience. It has a dispositional component, an attentional orientation toward vulnerability signals, a sensitivity to the cues associated with reduced resistance and prior exploitation that is associated with the psychological profile most commonly found among chronic predatory offenders. The predatory appraisal may be, in part, not just practiced expertise, but the expression of a perceptual specialization that is itself part of what makes an individual predatory. Book's subsequent research has elaborated this finding in important ways. A follow-up study examined whether the enhanced vulnerability detection of high psychopathy individuals was specific to the visual channel or extended to other modalities. Results suggested it extended to other channels, including gait cues presented in the absence of visual information about appearance, consistent with the idea that the sensitivity is to the behavioral signal itself rather than to any specific visual feature. Another line of research examined whether the vulnerability detection advantage of high psychopathy individuals was specific to predatory contexts or reflected a broader social perceptual enhancement. The evidence here is more mixed, but suggests the advantage is at least partly specific to vulnerability-related cues. The implications of this research for understanding the predatory mind are significant. They suggest that we are not dealing, in the case of the most consistent and experienced predatory offenders, simply with individuals who have learned to select targets efficiently through practice. We are dealing with individuals who may be constitutionally oriented toward the detection of vulnerability, for whom the relevant perceptual channels are more salient, more efficiently processed, and more automatically recruited than they are for the average person. This is a different kind of predatory capability than the expertise model alone would predict, and it demands a different kind of understanding. What the predatory mind is not in the interest of the intellectual balance that this script has committed to. It is worth being precise about what the predatory mind is not, as well as what it is. It is not infallible. The thin-sliced judgments and rapid pattern matching assessments that characterize the predatory appraisal are faster than deliberate reasoning, but they are not more accurate in any absolute sense. They are calibrated to the experiential base from which they were derived, which means they are susceptible to the biases and errors that experiential learning introduces. A predator whose experience has been concentrated in a particular social or environmental context may show template-based judgments that are highly accurate within that context and much less accurate outside it. The intuition is only as good as the experience that trained it. It is not omniscient. The predatory appraisal operates on the information available in the visual field in the brief window of the initial encounter. It cannot access information that is not behaviorally expressed, internal states, actual physical capabilities, the presence of concealed defensive tools, the proximity of trained or capable bystanders. These are precisely the categories of information that protective strategies can exploit, and it is not invulnerable to disruption. The rapid, template-based pattern recognition that makes the predatory appraisal fast also makes it brittle in specific ways. Templates expect certain patterns, and when those patterns are violated, when the expected vulnerability presentation is replaced by something that doesn't fit the template, the automatic recognition process is disrupted, requiring a shift to slower, more deliberate analysis. This shift takes time, creates uncertainty, and, as we will discuss in the sections on protective awareness, is one of the primary mechanisms by which behavioral modification can reduce target vulnerability. The predatory mind is, in the end, a specialized, powerful, and deeply troubling cognitive instrument. It has been refined by practice, shaped by disposition, and tuned to a specific task with remarkable efficiency. Understanding it, precisely, honestly, without either dismissing it or mystifying it, is essential to understanding the full system of which it is a part. The next section of this script turns to the other half of that system, the environment in which the predatory appraisal operates, and the ways in which place, time, and social context shape and constrain the possibilities of the 10-second world. The environment as co-conspirator, place, time, and situational vulnerability. On the night of March 13, 1964, a woman named Kitty Genovese was attacked outside her apartment building in Kew Gardens, Queens. She was stabbed twice, screamed for help, and her attacker fled when a neighbor called out from a window. He returned twice. The attack lasted approximately 30 minutes. Genovese died before an ambulance arrived. The story that subsequently spread through the media, that 38 neighbors had witnessed the attack and done nothing, was, subsequent investigation has shown, substantially inaccurate in its details. But the questions the case raised about the relationship between environment, bystander behavior, and crime were genuine and important, and they catalyzed a line of social psychological research that would eventually produce some of the most practically significant findings in the field of situational criminology. The question the Genovese case posed, not why the attacker chose that night to commit violence, but why that particular place and time created the conditions in which violence could occur and persist, is the question that situational criminology has been asking ever since. And the answers it has produced are, for our purposes, indispensable. Because the predatory appraisal we examined in the previous two sections does not happen in a vacuum. It happens in a place, at a time, in a social context. And all of those situational factors, the environment, the hour, the density and attentiveness of surrounding others, are variables that the predatory calculator is reading simultaneously with the personal vulnerability cues of the potential target. The environment is not the backdrop for predatory selection. It is a co-conspirator, routine activity theory. The three-part crime equation in 1979, criminologists Lawrence Cohen and Marcus Felsen published a paper in the American Sociological Review that introduced what would become one of the most influential theoretical frameworks in criminology, routine activity theory. The theory's elegance lies in its simplicity. Cohen and Felsen proposed that for a predatory crime to occur, three elements must converge in time and space: a motivated offender, a suitable target, and the absence of capable guardianship. Remove any one of these three elements, and the crime cannot occur. Regardless of the presence of the other two, the theory was developed primarily to explain patterns of crime across time and populations, why crime rates rise and fall, why certain neighborhoods have more crime than others, why certain periods in American history saw crime waves while others did not. In this macro-level application, it has been enormously productive, but its implications for the micro-level analysis of individual predatory encounters, the specific moment, in a specific place, where a specific offender assesses a specific target, are equally important. For our purposes, the critical insight of routine activity theory is that the potential target's personal vulnerability is only one factor in the predatory equation. The offender's motivated state is another, and the presence or absence of capable guardianship, other people, security infrastructure, environmental design features that increase the risk of intervention or identification, is the third. A highly vulnerable target in an environment with dense, attentive guardianship is a more difficult proposition than a moderately vulnerable target in an environment with minimal guardianship. The predatory appraisal is reading all three variables simultaneously, and it is their combination, not any single factor in isolation, that determines the outcome. This has practical implications that are easy to state, but sometimes difficult to internalize. The personal vulnerability signals discussed in the previous two sections are not fixed determinants of victimization. They are one variable in a multivariable equation. Changing any other variable in that equation changes the equation's output. This is a more hopeful framing than the simple display the right nonverbal cues, and you will be safe model that reductive accounts of this research sometimes suggest, but it is also a more complex one, and it is the one that is empirically accurate. The geography of predatory crime, hotspots, transitional spaces, and the ecology of risk point. One of the most robust findings in criminology is the extraordinary spatial concentration of crime. Crime is not randomly distributed across urban space. It clusters, with remarkable consistency, in specific locations, what criminologists call crime hotspots, that account for a disproportionate share of criminal incidents relative to their geographic extent. Studies in cities across the United States and internationally have consistently found that a very small proportion of urban addresses, often around 3 to 5%, account for 50% or more of all crime incidents. This spatial concentration is not primarily explained by the characteristics of the people who live in or frequent those locations, though population factors are relevant. It is substantially explained by physical and situational characteristics of the spaces themselves, features of the built environment that either support or undermine the capacity for natural surveillance. that channel or disperse pedestrian flows in ways that create or eliminate isolation, that create or eliminate the transitional zones where predatory encounters are most likely to occur. Transitional spaces deserve particular attention in this context. A transitional space is, in the simplest terms, a space that people move through rather than spend time in, a space that is a means to an end rather than a destination in itself. Parking lots, stairwells, pedestrian underpasses, elevator lobbies, bus shelters, ATM alcoves, subway platforms late at night. These spaces share several characteristics that are, from the perspective of predatory opportunity, highly favorable. They are often isolated relative to the surrounding environment. They channel individuals into predictable routes. They limit escape options. They frequently have reduced natural surveillance, and the people in them are typically focused on getting through them rather than monitoring them. The transitional space is, in a very real sense, a natural amplifier of personal vulnerability. A person whose nonverbal presentation might not register as particularly targetable in a dense, well-lit, socially active environment becomes considerably more targetable in a deserted parking garage at 10 o'clock at night. The same person, the same behavioral presentation, but the environmental context has shifted every variable in the predatory equation except the target's personal characteristics. The guardianship has evaporated. The escape routes have narrowed. The offender's risk has declined dramatically. The target's vulnerability has, in the practical, situational sense, increased correspondingly. The research on transitional spaces and crime concentration is extensive and consistent. A landmark study by Lawrence Sherman and colleagues in Minneapolis found that a majority of all crimes in the city occurred in a very small fraction of addresses and street segments, and that the highest concentration locations were disproportionately transitional in character. Similar findings have been replicated in cities across the United States, the United Kingdom, and internationally. The spatial ecology of predatory crime is not random. It is structured by environmental features that are, to a significant extent, identifiable in advance: lighting, sight lines, and the architecture of safety. The role of physical environmental design in creating or mitigating criminal opportunity has been the subject of serious academic and policy attention since Jane Jacobs' foundational observations about urban street life in The Death and Life of Great American Cities, 1961, and has been formalized into a body of practice known as crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED. The CPTED framework, developed primarily through the work of C. Ray Jeffrey and later refined by Oscar Newman's concept of defensible space, holds that the physical design of environments can be intentionally structured to reduce criminal opportunity by maximizing natural surveillance, territorial demarcation, activity support, and access control. For the purposes of understanding how environment functions as a co-conspirator in predatory target selection, the most important of these CPTED principles is natural surveillance, the degree to which an environment allows people within it to see and be seen by one another and by those outside it. Natural surveillance reduces predatory opportunity through two mechanisms. First, it increases the likelihood that a predatory approach will be witnessed by people capable of intervening or reporting. Second, it increases the predator's perception of that risk, which affects their willingness to select targets in that environment at all. Lighting is the most fundamental physical determinant of natural surveillance in urban environments at night. The relationship between ambient lighting levels and criminal victimization risk has been studied extensively, with generally consistent findings. Better lit environments show lower rates of personal predatory crime. A large meta-analysis by Welsh and Farrington, examining dozens of studies of street lighting improvement programs, found consistent reductions in crime following lighting improvements, with effect sizes that were modest but statistically reliable. The mechanism is partly surveillance. More light means more visibility for potential witnesses, and partly the direct deterrent effect of visibility on the potential offender. Sightlines, the degree to which the geometry of a space allows long, clear views of approaching people and exits, function analogously to lighting in their effect on both surveillance capacity and offender perception of risk. Environments with obstructed sight lines, dense foliage, structural pillars, blind corners, enclosed alcoves, create natural concealment opportunities that experienced offenders recognize and exploit. The predatory calculator assesses the environment for these features as automatically and efficiently as it assesses the personal vulnerability of potential targets. An environment with concealment opportunities and limited sight lines is, from the predatory perspective, a favorable operating context regardless of the personal vulnerability profile of the individuals present. Time as a variable, the temporal dimension of predatory opportunity. The ecological analysis of predatory crime is not only spatial, it is also temporal. Crime is not randomly distributed across time any more than it is randomly distributed across space, and the temporal patterns are, like the spatial ones, structured by features of the predatory opportunity equation rather than by arbitrary chance. The concentration of predatory personal crime in late night and early morning hours is one of the most robust temporal patterns in criminological data across virtually every urban environment studied. This concentration reflects several converging factors. Natural surveillance is reduced at night. The populations present in public space at late-night hours shift toward populations that include both more motivated offenders and more vulnerable potential targets. People who are intoxicated, isolated, or whose routine activity patterns bring them into contact with higher-risk environments at lower guardianship times. The capable guardianship provided by ordinary pedestrian density, the incidental protection of having other people around, is reduced as ambient populations thin. The relationship between alcohol consumption and predatory victimization risk is particularly well documented and consistently strong across the research literature. This is not primarily because intoxicated individuals are targeted because of moral judgments about their state. It is because intoxication produces precisely the behavioral presentation that the predatory appraisal reads as vulnerable. Reduced environmental scanning, disrupted gait, postural instability, impaired response capability. The intoxicated person is not a moral target. They are a behavioral one. The mechanism is situational, not moral, and this distinction, analytically important and ethically essential, cannot be made too clearly. The temporal pattern of the Friday and Saturday night late-hour predatory crime concentration in bar and entertainment districts illustrates the full complexity of the situational analysis. In these environments, the convergence is nearly complete. Motivated offenders are present in numbers. Potential targets are exhibiting elevated vulnerability presentations due to intoxication and social distraction. Capable guardianship is inconsistent due to crowd noise and diffusion of responsibility effects, and the transitional spaces between venues, parking lots, poorly lit side streets, the routes between bars and transit stops are high-risk ecological zones traversed by high vulnerability individuals in low guardianship conditions. The predatory calculator, operating in this environment, is working with multiple favorable variables simultaneously: social environment, crowd dynamics, diffusion of responsibility, and the limits of guardianship. The concept of capable guardianship in routine activity theory might suggest that the simple presence of other people provides protection against predatory crime. The reality, as the social psychology of bystander behavior makes clear, is considerably more complicated. The bystander effect, the well-documented tendency for individuals to be less likely to intervene in an emergency as the number of other witnesses increases, is one of the most replicated findings in social psychology, and one of the most practically significant for understanding how social environments function in the predatory opportunity equation. The effect is produced by two converging mechanisms: diffusion of responsibility, the assumption that someone else will intervene, reducing each individual's felt obligation to act, and pluralistic ignorance, the process by which individuals in ambiguous situations look to others for cues about how to interpret the situation, and, seeing others in action, interpret the situation as less serious than it might actually be. For the predatory calculator, the bystander effect represents an important environmental variable. A large crowd does not automatically provide capable guardianship. A large crowd of strangers, each uncertain about their relationship to others in the crowd, and each tacitly looking to others for behavioral cues, may provide substantially less effective guardianship than a smaller number of socially connected, mutually known individuals who feel a specific responsibility to each other. The experienced predator intuitively understands this distinction, which is why predatory crimes frequently occur in the presence of crowds, not in spite of those crowds, but partly because of the bystander dynamics those crowds produce. This is not a counsel of despair about the protective potential of social environments. It is a description of how crowd guardianship actually functions, as opposed to how we might naively assume it functions. Understanding the real mechanisms allows for both better environmental design, creating spaces that encourage genuine social connection and mutual recognition rather than anonymous co-presence, and better individual strategy, positioning oneself in environments where the guardians are genuinely capable rather than merely numerous. Gifted in the design of protection. The crime prevention through environmental design tradition represents the most systematic attempt to translate the insights of situational criminology into practical environmental policy. And its principles are worth examining in some detail because they illuminate the ways in which the environmental co-conspiracy of predatory crime can be disrupted at the design level rather than relying entirely on individual behavioral change. The core CPTD principles: natural surveillance, natural access control, territorial reinforcement, and maintenance each address a different aspect of the predatory opportunity equation. Natural surveillance maximizes the visibility of spaces and the people within them. Natural access control limits the ease with which motivated offenders can enter target-rich environments while limiting escape options for themselves. Territorial reinforcement creates clear physical and symbolic demarcation of space that signals ownership and monitoring. Maintenance signals that spaces are actively managed and cared for. The broken windows insight, documented by James Q. Wilson and George Kelling, that environmental disorder signals reduced monitoring and invites further disorder and ultimately predatory behavior. The evidence base for CPTD interventions is genuinely mixed in important ways. Studies of individual CPTD elements, lighting improvements, access control, territorial marking, show modest, fairly consistent effects on predatory crime rates. Studies of comprehensive, multi-element CPTD implementations show larger effects, consistent with the theory's prediction that the elements work synergistically. But the effect sizes are generally modest, and CPTD is not a complete solution to any crime problem. It is one variable in the multivariable equation, and it can only influence the environmental variables in that equation. The motivated offender and the personal vulnerability of targets are variables that environmental design can influence only indirectly. What CPTD most usefully contributes to our analytical framework is a clear articulation of the environmental features that amplify or suppress predatory opportunity. Armed with that articulation, the individual moving through urban space can develop a more sophisticated situational awareness, a more precise ability to read the environments they enter and assess the degree to which those environments are conducive to predatory activity. This is the beginning of what Jeff Cooper would call condition yellow, a baseline of relaxed, alert environmental engagement that uses knowledge of the predatory opportunity equation to make real-time assessments of relative risk. Cooper's framework is the subject of the next section, but the environmental science that gives it its empirical foundation is here, in the research on place, time, and situational vulnerability that we have been examining throughout this section. The environment speaks to the predatory calculator. It speaks in the language of sight lines and lighting levels, crowd density and social connection, transitional zones, and temporal patterns. Understanding that language, reading it the way an informed, aware person can learn to read it, is one of the most practical applications of situational criminology and one of the most genuine contributions that the science of predatory crime can make to the lives of ordinary people moving through an ordinary world that is, in this specific and important sense, never quite as simple as it appears. Jeff Cooper's color code and the science of situational awareness. Jeff Cooper was not a psychologist. He was not a criminologist, a neuroscientist, or a behavioral researcher. He was a United States Marine Corps officer, a combat veteran of World War II in Korea, a firearms instructor, and one of the most influential figures in the history of practical shooting and personal defense training in the 20th century. He founded Gunsight Academy in Arizona in 1976, which became and remains one of the most respected firearms and personal defense training institutions in the world. He wrote prolifically columns, books, training materials, and he thought deeply and practically about what it meant for a civilian to be genuinely prepared to protect themselves in a world that contained violence. Cooper's most enduring conceptual contribution was not a shooting technique or a firearms modification. It was a framework for understanding and cultivating what he called combat mindset. And at the center of that framework was a deceptively simple model of awareness that he presented using color codes. The Cooper color code, as it has come to be known, is a four-level spectrum, white, yellow, orange, and red, that describes different states of attentional engagement with one's environment, from complete inattention to full, action-oriented focus on a specific threat. The color code is sometimes misunderstood as a system for managing fear or escalating aggression. It is neither. It is, at its core, a model of awareness, of the relationship between attentional deployment, environmental monitoring, and the capacity to recognize and respond effectively to threat. And when you place it alongside the neuroscience of threat detection, the behavioral research on victim selection, and the situational criminology of the previous sections, what emerges is something more than a training heuristic. What emerges is a practical model that is, in significant respects, scientifically accurate about how awareness works and why it matters. The four conditions, a detailed map. Condition white is the state of complete attentional inwardness. The person in condition white is not monitoring their environment. Their attention is consumed by internal processes, thought, emotion, memory, fantasy, the content of the phone screen in their hand, and the perceptual systems responsible for environmental surveillance are effectively offline. Cooper famously said that a person in condition white, if attacked, will die. This is deliberately stark language, but it captures a real operational truth. The person in condition white has no early warning system engaged. They will be surprised, and surprise, in the context of a physical threat, is among the most dangerous conditions a person can be in. The response time from zero awareness to effective action is, in condition white, maximally long. The behavioral profile of the person in condition white maps with striking precision onto the heightened census target profile identified by Grayson-Stein. The downward gaze, the inward attentional orientation, the absence of environmental scanning, the gait patterns that reflect psychological absence from the immediate environment. All of these are the behavioral signatures of condition white. The predatory appraisal reads them as exactly what they are: the external expression of a person who is not present in their environment, who will not see an approach coming, who will be easily surprised. Condition yellow is Cooper's recommended baseline state for any person moving through the world outside their own home, or, he would add, in certain circumstances even inside it. Condition yellow is not alertness in the hypervigilant, anxious sense. It is relaxed alertness. The person in condition yellow is not on guard against a specific threat. They are simply present in their environment, engaged with it, monitoring it with the distributed, ambient attention that allows them to receive information from their surroundings without having to consciously work at it. The neurological analog of condition yellow is a concept called the orienting response, the automatic attentional shift toward novel, potentially significant stimuli in the environment that is a fundamental feature of mammalian nervous system function. A person in condition yellow is, in effect, maintaining a low-level, ongoing orienting response to their environment, staying perceptually available to the stimuli their surroundings offer, rather than filtering them out in favor of internal processing. This is not effortful in the way that active vigilance is effortful. It is, for a person who has cultivated it, a kind of relaxed readiness, the mental state of a hunter moving through familiar terrain, present and available without being tense. Condition yellow, critically, changes the nonverbal behavioral presentation in ways that are directly relevant to the predatory appraisal. A person genuinely in condition yellow, environmentally present, scanning naturally, moving with purpose and awareness, displays a behavioral profile that is the near opposite of the heightened census target profile. They make periodic eye contact with others in their environment. Their gaze is distributed rather than downward. Their movement is purposeful and energetically engaged. Their postural organization reflects the physical readiness that accompanies genuine environmental presence. They are, from the predatory calculator's perspective, a significantly more difficult proposition than the person in condition white. Not necessarily impossible, but costly enough in terms of effort and risk that the experienced predator will typically prefer to find a more favorable target. Condition orange is the state of specific alert. The attentional shift triggered when something in the environment has registered as potentially threatening and the person's full attentional resources have been mobilized toward evaluating and preparing for that specific potential threat. The person in condition orange has identified something, a person, a situation, an environmental configuration, that their pattern recognition systems have flagged as anomalous or concerning. They are not yet committed to a specific response, but they are prepared for one. Their awareness has narrowed from the distributed monitoring of yellow to the focused evaluation of a specific stimulus. The neurological parallel here is the shift from the distributed attentional mode of condition yellow to the focused, threat evaluative mode associated with amygdala activation and the mobilization of the sympathetic nervous system's threat response cascade. Condition orange is, in neurological terms, a state of heightened preparedness, not yet fight or flight, but the threshold state that precedes it. It is cognitively demanding in a way that condition yellow is not, which is why it cannot and should not be maintained indefinitely as a baseline state. Condition red is the state of action, the condition in which the person has determined that a threat is real and has committed to a specific response. This is the domain of crisis response training rather than awareness cultivation, and its details are beyond the scope of this script. What matters for our purposes is its relationship to the preceding conditions. Condition red is only available quickly and effectively to someone who has been in condition yellow, identified and evaluated a developing threat through condition orange, and arrived at condition red with sufficient time and cognitive preparation to act effectively. The person in condition white who is suddenly confronted with a threat at close range cannot transition from zero to effective action in the compressed time frame that a real threat allows. The layers of awareness that precede action are not optional extras. They are the operational prerequisites for any effective response. The science behind the code. Why Cooper was right. Cooper developed his awareness model empirically, through years of training experience, combat observation, and the accumulated practical wisdom of a community of experienced practitioners. He did not derive it from cognitive neuroscience or behavioral research. But the model he produced is, in significant respects, consistent with what that research has subsequently revealed about how human attention works, how threat detection operates, and why awareness states have the behavioral consequences they do. The consistency is not accidental. Cooper was observing the same underlying human psychology that the researchers were studying. He just had a different vantage point, the practical training floor rather than the laboratory, and a different method, systematic observation of performance outcomes rather than controlled experiment. The convergence of his practical model with the scientific literature represents exactly the kind of cross-validation that gives a framework genuine authority. When empirical observation from different starting points produces the same picture, the picture is probably real. The scientific research most directly relevant to the color code is the extensive body of work on vigilance, attentional deployment, and what psychologists call situational awareness. Situational awareness, a concept developed in military and aviation contexts and formalized by cognitive psychologist Micah Ensley, is defined as the perception of elements in the environment within a volume of time and space, the comprehension of their meaning, and the projection of their status in the near future. It is, in other words, not just perception but understanding, the ongoing construction of a coherent model of what is happening in one's environment and what is likely to happen next. Inslee's three-level model of situational awareness maps remarkably well onto the lower levels of Cooper's color code. Her level 1, perception of elements, corresponds to the environmental monitoring of condition yellow, the continuous, distributed intake of environmental information. Her level 2, comprehension of meaning, corresponds to the evaluative processing of condition orange, the synthesis of perceived information into an assessment of what it means. Her level 3, projection of future status, corresponds to the preparatory cognition of condition red, the anticipatory modeling of how the situation is likely to develop and what response will be required. The research on situational awareness has consistently found that degraded awareness, specifically reduced perception at level 1, cascades catastrophically through the system. If environmental information is not being perceived, it cannot be comprehended, and it cannot be projected. The person in condition white is not just lacking environmental information. They are lacking the foundation for all subsequent threat-relevant processing. The cascade of consequences that follows from this deprivation, surprise, delayed response, impaired decision-making, is not a character failing. It is the predictable output of a cognitive system operating without its most fundamental inputs. The orienting response and baseline calibration point one of the most practically important insights from the neuroscience of attention for understanding Cooper's framework is the concept of baseline calibration, the process by which the brain establishes a model of what is normal in a given environment and uses deviations from that model to trigger attentional allocation. The orienting response, the automatic attentional shift toward novel or potentially significant stimuli, is mediated by exactly this baseline comparison mechanism. The brain is continuously and automatically comparing incoming sensory information against its model of the current environmental baseline. Stimuli that match the baseline do not trigger the orienting response. They are processed efficiently, allocated minimal attentional resources, and filtered from conscious awareness. Stimuli that deviate from the baseline, that are louder, faster, more unusual, more inconsistent with expectation, trigger the orienting response, pulling conscious attention toward them for evaluation. The practical implication of this mechanism for situational awareness is significant. Effective environmental monitoring in condition yellow is not a matter of consciously analyzing every stimulus in the environment. It is a matter of maintaining a continuously updated baseline model of the environment and allowing the brain's automatic baseline comparison mechanism to flag deviations. This is what experienced practitioners mean when they talk about reading a room or getting a feel for a situation. They're describing the output of a well-calibrated baseline comparison process, not the output of conscious sequential analysis. The baseline calibration process requires time and environmental engagement to function effectively. A person who enters an environment and immediately orients their attention inward, toward their phone, toward an internal preoccupation, does not allow the baseline model to form. They remain in condition white, unable to benefit from the brain's automatic anomaly detection mechanism, because they have not provided that mechanism with the environmental information it needs to calibrate against. This is why Cooper emphasizes that condition yellow must be a continuous baseline state rather than an episodic response to conscious concern. The value of awareness is not in the moments when something has already caught your attention. It is in the continuous perceptual availability that allows the automatic systems to catch things before they are obvious. Pre-incident indicators, what aware eyes see. The practical payoff of the condition yellow baseline. The specific threat-relevant information that awareness makes available is most clearly understood through the concept of pre-incident indicators, the behavioral and environmental signals that, for the person whose attention is engaged with their surroundings, reliably precede and predict a predatory approach. Pre-incident indicators are not dramatic. They are not, typically, obviously alarming in themselves. They are subtle deviations from the expected baseline of ordinary social behavior that, to the calibrated observer, carry significance that their surface appearance does not immediately reveal. Understanding the most common categories of pre-incident indicators is one of the most practically valuable applications of the situational awareness framework. Interview behavior is perhaps the most frequently documented pre-incident indicator in the literature on street crime and robbery. Interview behavior refers to the pattern described by many offenders in post-incident research interviews of approaching a potential target under a social pretext, asking for the time, asking for directions, asking for a light, as a way of evaluating the target's alertness, response time, and willingness to engage with strangers before committing to a full approach. The interview serves multiple predatory functions. It closes distance, it assesses target awareness, it tests target compliance with social norms, and it provides a plausible excuse for proximity if the approach is witnessed. For the person in condition yellow, interview behavior is potentially recognizable as such. The context is wrong. The approach is coming from an unexpected direction. The person's effect does not match their stated purpose. For the person in condition white, the interview is invisible. They simply experience someone asking for the time, and then something terrifying happens. Target glancing, the pattern of repeated, brief looks at a potential target that precedes many predatory approaches, is another well-documented pre-incident indicator. Unlike the normal social gaze patterns of urban environments, where eye contact is typically brief, mutual, and followed by gaze aversion as social convention dictates, target glancing is characteristically one-directional. The offender looks at the target repeatedly, evaluating, without seeking or accepting normal social eye contact in return. The pattern, look away, look again, look away, is distinctive to the calibrated observer and essentially invisible to the person in condition white. Unusual positioning and movement. Individuals who are moving through a space without apparent purpose, who are positioned in ways that do not match any obvious activity baseline, who are changing direction to maintain proximity to a target, are pre-incident indicators that require an established environmental baseline to recognize. Without a calibrated sense of what normal activity in this space looks like, the person whose positioning is anomalous simply looks like another person moving through the space. With a calibrated baseline, the anomaly is legible. The behavioral feedback loop, how awareness changes what the predator sees. Perhaps the most important and least frequently discussed aspect of the awareness-vulnerability relationship is the feedback loop between awareness state and nonverbal behavioral presentation. This is the point at which Cooper's awareness model and the Grayson-Stein vulnerability research converge most directly and most practically. A person in genuine condition yellow, not performed alertness, but actual environmental presence and engagement, does not merely perceive the environment differently. They present differently. The behavioral signatures of genuine awareness, distributed gaze, natural environmental scanning, purposeful and energetically engaged movement, postural organization that reflects readiness rather than collapse, are the same behavioral characteristics that the predatory appraisal reads as reduced vulnerability. The relationship is not metaphorical. It is direct. This is because the nonverbal vulnerability signals described in Section 3 are not arbitrary conventions. They are the physical, behavioral expression of genuine psychological states. Postural collapse reflects actual psychological contraction. Gaze aversion reflects actual attentional inwardness. Gait hesitation reflects actual uncertainty about environmental safety. These behaviors are not performed for the predator's benefit. They are involuntary expressions of internal states. And those internal states are, to a significant degree, the same states that condition white describes. The inverse is equally true. A person in condition yellow is, by definition, psychologically present in their environment, engaged with it, monitoring it, available to it. This psychological presence has direct behavioral consequences. The gaze distributes naturally. The movement becomes more purposeful. The postural organization improves as the body orients toward the environment rather than retreating from it. The person in condition yellow does not need to consciously perform the nonverbal characteristics of low vulnerability. Those characteristics emerge naturally from the underlying psychological state of environmental engagement. This feedback loop is genuinely important for the practical application of awareness training. The goal is not to learn to perform awareness-like behaviors while remaining psychologically in condition white. That performed presentation is legible as performed. Experienced predators, as noted in the previous section, are sensitive to the difference between genuine and simulated confidence and awareness. The goal is to cultivate the actual psychological state of condition yellow and to allow its behavioral expression to emerge naturally from that state. The behavioral presentation is the symptom. The awareness is the cause. The limits of the color code. Cooper's framework, like any model, has limits that are worth acknowledging clearly. The color code is a model of individual psychological states, and it addresses the individual level of the predatory opportunity equation effectively. What it does not fully address, and what no individual awareness model alone can fully address, is the environmental and social level of that equation. A person in condition yellow, moving with full environmental presence and awareness through a poorly designed transitional space at 2 in the morning with no other people nearby, is genuinely safer than a person in condition white in the same environment. But they are not as safe as a person in condition yellow moving through a well-designed, well-lit, socially active environment at noon. Awareness is a powerful individual variable. It is not a complete solution. The predatory opportunity equation has multiple variables, and the aware individual influences only some of them. Additionally, the color code as originally formulated reflects a specifically masculine, specifically American cultural context that may not translate without modification across all populations and environments. Cooper's training audience was primarily adult men interested in armed self-defense. The applicability of his model to populations with different threat profiles, different available response options, and different social contexts requires thoughtful adaptation rather than wholesale adoption. What the color code provides, at its best, is a practical framework for cultivating and maintaining the awareness state that both maximizes an individual's ability to detect developing threats and minimizes the nonverbal vulnerability signals that make them attractive as targets. That is a significant and genuine contribution, derived from a tradition of practical expertise rather than academic research, but substantially consistent with the science of both domains. It is a tool. Like all tools, its value depends on how it is used, by whom, in what circumstances, and with what understanding of its limits. The next section of this script examines a different but complementary framework for understanding the relationship between awareness, intuition, and predatory threat. One that approaches the same territory from the direction not of combat training, but of clinical psychology and forensic practice. Gavin de Becker's work on the intelligence of fear is, in some respects, the civilian practitioner's answer to Cooper's warrior framework, and the two together provide a picture of protective awareness that is considerably more complete than either alone. Gavin de Becker and the Gift of Fear, What Victims Knew and Ignored. Gavin de Becker had an unusual education for someone who would become one of America's foremost authorities on predatory violence and threat assessment. He grew up in a household defined by violence, a mother who was addicted and erratic, a stepfather who was dangerous, an early life shaped by the experience of living in an environment where threat was constant, unpredictable, and real. He did not have the luxury of the academics removed from his subject matter. He learned to read threat the way children who grow up in dangerous households learn to read it, through necessity, through survival, through the continuous perceptual work of monitoring an environment where safety was never guaranteed. This background shaped the perspective that would eventually produce The Gift of Fear, published in 1997, which remains one of the most important and widely read books on personal safety, predatory behavior, and the psychology of violence ever written for a general audience. The book's central thesis is both simple and radical. Human beings possess an innate, sophisticated, and remarkably accurate threat detection system that has been honed by millions of years of evolution and is expressed in everyday life through the experience of fear, unease, and intuition. This system is not mystical. It is neurological. It processes information at speeds and levels of integration that conscious reasoning cannot match, and it communicates its outputs in the emotional register, as felt senses of unease, as the inexplicable desire to leave a situation, as the wordless certainty that something is wrong, precisely because that register is faster and more compelling than the register of articulated thought. The gift of de Becker's title is this: genuine fear, not anxiety, not worry, not social discomfort, but the true, survival-oriented fear response is almost never wrong. It is the product of a perceptual system that has been running continuously throughout human evolutionary history, calibrated against the real threats that real human beings have faced in real environments. When it activates, it is worth listening to. The tragedy that the Gift of Fear documents, with devastating clinical precision, is how consistently human beings do not listen to it. The distinction that changes everything. Fear versus worry. Before examining the specific mechanisms de Becker describes, it is essential to establish a distinction that his work places at the center of the entire framework. The distinction between true fear and the chronic, anticipatory anxiety that most people in contemporary Western culture experience as their default psychological state. True fear, in de Becker's framework, is a signal, a specific, activating response to a genuine, present threat. It is characterized by a specific object, something real, perceivable, present in the environment right now is generating the response. It is also characterized by specificity of action. True fear does not produce helpless paralysis, but mobilizes the organism toward a survival-relevant response, escape, combat, alert behavior. And it is characterized by what might be called informational legitimacy. It is based on real perceptual data, processed through a sophisticated neural system, and its outputs have genuine predictive validity about the state of the environment. Worry, the chronic, diffuse, future-oriented anxiety about possible negative events that occupies so much of contemporary mental life, is categorically different. It has no specific present object. It does not mobilize toward a specific response. It is, in de Becker's framing, the misapplication of the fear system to situations it was not designed to address, the hijacking of a present threat detection mechanism by the cognitive capacity for future simulation. Worry is, he argues, not a useful safety tool. It is, in fact, counterproductive to safety because it depletes the attentional and cognitive resources that genuine present threat detection requires, while providing no actual information about the state of the present environment. The practical significance of this distinction is enormous. A person chronically consumed by worry is, paradoxically, in some respects more vulnerable to genuine threat, not because their anxiety makes them appear weaker, though it may contribute to postural and behavioral presentations that register as vulnerability, but because the attentional resources required for the continuous environmental monitoring of condition yellow have been consumed by the worry process. The chronically anxious person is not attending to the present environment. They are attending to simulations of possible future environments. They may be generating a great deal of subjective fear, but they are not perceiving a great deal of their actual surroundings. True fear, by contrast, is the ally. It is the system working as designed. The person who experiences a sudden, specific, object-directed sense of unease in response to a perceived environmental anomaly, who feels, without being able to immediately say why, that something is wrong, is experiencing the output of a perceptual system that is doing exactly what it was built to do. The question is not whether to have that experience. The question is whether to honor it. Pre-incident indicators, the PINS framework. One of de Becker's most practically significant contributions is his detailed analysis of the pre-incident indicators, what he calls PINS, that consistently precede predatory approaches, and that are, with sufficient awareness and willingness to override social conditioning, perceivable in advance of the moment at which a situation becomes overtly dangerous. D. E. Becker's analysis of PINS draws primarily on his extensive case experience, decades of work as a threat assessment professional, advising public figures and organizations on the evaluation of threatening situations, and consulting on cases of violence that had already occurred and needed to be understood and contextualized. This is not experimental research in the academic sense. It is clinical observation by an experienced practitioner with extraordinary access to exactly the population and situation of interest. Its limitations as a data source are real. Case-based clinical observation is susceptible to the same biases that afflict all experiential learning, and de Becker's sample of cases is not a random sample of predatory crime. But the consistency of his observations across a very large number of cases, combined with their substantial convergence with the research-based literature, gives them genuine authority. The PINS that de Becker identifies and analyzes fall into several major categories that deserve detailed examination. Forced teaming is the first and perhaps most psychologically sophisticated of the pre-incident indicators de Becker describes in detail. Forced teaming is the verbal tactic of artificially establishing a sense of shared experience or mutual stake between the potential victim and the predator. The use of language like we and us in a context where no genuine relationship exists. We're both stuck waiting for this bus from a stranger who has just approached is an example. We could probably help each other here. From someone who has initiated unsolicited contact is another. The linguistic creation of a we where no genuine connection exists is a social manipulation. It creates a sense of obligation and connection that can be exploited to lower resistance to further approach and eventual victimization. De Becker's analysis of why forced teaming is effective illuminates something important about the social psychology of the predatory approach. Human beings are deeply attuned to cues of social belonging and in-group membership. The feeling of being in the same situation as another person, sharing a circumstance, facing a common challenge, activates social bonding mechanisms that were designed for use with actual members of one's actual social group. When a skilled manipulator artificially generates those cues in a stranger encounter, they are hacking the social bonding system, using its inputs to produce outputs, feelings of connection, reduced wariness, increased compliance, that the system was not designed to produce in response to strangers with unknown intentions. Charm as a tool is a pins that de Becker discusses with particular emphasis, because it runs directly counter to a powerful cultural narrative about the nature of dangerous people. The cultural narrative holds that dangerous people are obvious, visibly threatening, physically imposing, clearly alarming. This narrative is not only inaccurate, but actively dangerous, because it leads people to lower their guard in the presence of charming, apparently friendly, socially skilled individuals on the basis of surface presentation alone. De Becker's case material, like the documented histories of many prolific predatory criminals, is full of examples of extraordinarily charming, socially skilled individuals who exploited exactly this expectation. Ted Bundy is the obvious and extensively documented case, and we will examine him in considerable detail in the following section. But the principle extends well beyond any single offender. Charm, in the context of an unsolicited approach by a stranger, is not evidence of safety. It is, de Becker argues, a reason for heightened rather than reduced awareness. Too many details is a pins that reflects the specific verbal behavior of individuals who are constructing a false account on the fly. When a person offers an explanation that is more detailed than the situation requires, that volunteers information no one has asked for, that seems to be working too hard to establish its own plausibility, they are exhibiting the behavioral signature of fabrication. Genuine, spontaneous social interaction does not require extensive explanatory scaffolding. When someone explains, unprompted and in considerable detail, why they are in this location, why they are approaching you, why their behavior is completely innocent, they are, de Becker argues, responding to an accusation that has not been made, the accusation that exists in their own awareness of their actual intentions. Typecasting is the pins that involves a mild insult or negative characterization of the potential victim, deployed to provoke a demonstration of the contrary, to get the target to prove that they are not unfriendly, not snobby, not whatever negative quality has been attributed to them. I can tell you're not the type of person who stops to talk to strangers, is an example. The mechanism exploits the social need to control others' perceptions of oneself, the discomfort of being negatively characterized that motivates the target to engage further in order to disprove the characterization. The predatory actor does not believe the characterization. They are using it as a social lever to reduce the social distance the target has appropriately maintained. Loan sharking describes the tactic of offering unsolicited help or gifts in a way that creates a sense of obligation. The social pressure to reciprocate that makes it psychologically difficult to disengage from an interaction. The predatory actor who insists on helping carry bags, who offers a service or gift that was not requested and in a context where refusal feels socially awkward, is using the mechanism of reciprocity, one of the most fundamental and powerful social norms in human cultures, to create a social debt that can then be leveraged for compliance. Ignoring no is, in de Becker's analysis, perhaps the single most important pins of all. When a potential victim says no, clearly, explicitly, in any form, and the other person ignores, overrides, reframes, or simply continues as though the no had not been expressed, this is not merely socially inappropriate behavior. It is a data point about that person's fundamental relationship to the boundaries and expressed preferences of others. A person who does not hear no in a low-stakes social context has demonstrated something important about how they process the limits of others more generally. De Becker is direct on this point. The person who ignores your no is not someone who misunderstood. They are someone who does not accept your right to say it. What victims knew, the pattern of dismissed intuition, the most emotionally difficult part of de Becker's work, and, in some respects, the most important, is his detailed reconstruction of the pattern by which victims of predatory violence consistently describe having known, in advance of the attack, that something was wrong. Not in a vague, retrospective sense, in a specific, experiential sense. They felt it. They noticed the pre-incident indicators. Their threat detection system was activated and generating accurate outputs, and they overrode it. They overrode it because of social conditioning, because they did not want to be rude, because they did not want to be the kind of person who judges others by superficial impressions, because they were told, explicitly or implicitly, that their instinctive responses to others were not to be trusted, that they were prejudiced, irrational, disproportionate. Because in the specific cultural moment of the late 20th and early 21st century, the social norm of openness, of giving everyone the benefit of the doubt, of not judging by appearances, had been internalized so deeply that it overrode the output of a perceptual system designed by millions of years of selection pressure to keep them alive. De Becker documents this pattern with case after case. The woman who felt uneasy when a stranger in her building insisted on helping with her groceries, but told herself she was being paranoid. The person who noticed that the individual approaching them on an isolated street was positioning oddly, but overrode the observation because they did not want to make assumptions. The individual who felt, with sudden and specific certainty, that they needed to leave a particular environment, but stayed because leaving would have been socially awkward. In each case, the threat detection system was working. It was perceiving the relevant pre-incident indicators. It was generating accurate outputs. The failure was not perceptual. It was interpretive. The downstream processing that should have translated a genuine threat signal into appropriate protective action was blocked by social programming that had been learned to override exactly that kind of response. The social programming that silences the signal. Understanding why people override genuine threat signals requires understanding the specific social mechanisms that have been trained to suppress that kind of response. De Becker's analysis here is both psychologically sophisticated and culturally specific, and it is worth engaging with carefully. The most fundamental suppressive mechanism is what might be called the politeness imperative, the deeply conditioned social norm that dictates that one must not make another person feel rejected, unwelcome, or suspected, particularly in a face-to-face encounter. This norm is not pathological in itself. It reflects the genuine social value of courtesy and the recognition that most social encounters with strangers are benign and benefit from a baseline of openness. But when applied without discrimination to all social encounters, including those in which genuine threat signals are present, it becomes a vulnerability. The person who cannot say no clearly, who cannot disengage from an unwanted interaction without elaborate social excuse-making, who cannot trust their own sense of discomfort enough to act on it without external validation, is a person whose protective behavior is being overridden by social training. The gender dynamics of this mechanism are not incidental. Research consistently shows that women, in particular, are socialized more intensively than men toward the prioritization of others' comfort over their own unease, toward the management of others' emotional states as a primary social responsibility. De Becker notes that women, far more often than men, report having felt genuine threat signals and overridden them on the basis of not wanting to seem rude, not wanting to hurt feelings, not wanting to make an embarrassing social mistake. This is not a coincidence. It is the predictable consequence of a socialization process that has, for complex historical reasons, trained the demographic most frequently targeted by certain categories of predatory crime to suppress exactly the threat responses that would most effectively protect them. Honoring the signal, what de Becker actually proposes, having described the problem with such clarity, de Becker's practical prescriptions are perhaps surprising in their restraint. He does not propose that people become paranoid or that they treat every stranger as a potential threat. He does not suggest that intuitive threat signals should always be acted upon without reflection or that social judgment should be abandoned in favor of pure instinct. What he proposes, essentially, is that genuine fear, the real, specific, object-directed, activation-oriented response of the genuine threat detection system, should be taken seriously as information, not acted upon automatically or without thought, but not dismissed automatically either, on the basis of social conditioning that has no perceptual access to the actual environment and no actual information about the actual threat level of the actual situation. The practical translation of this is deceptively simple. Trust your unease enough to investigate it before dismissing it. Pay attention to the specific pre-incident indicators that de Becker catalogs, not because any one of them is definitive, but because their presence, particularly in combination, is meaningful information. And cultivate this social willingness. De Becker is explicit that this requires cultivation because it runs against conditioning, to act on that information even at the cost of social awkwardness. The gift of fear, in de Becker's framework, is not the pleasant experience of safety or confidence. It is the unpleasant, activating, discomforting signal of genuine threat. Learning to receive that gift, to hear it rather than silence it, to respect it rather than override it, to allow it to do the work it was designed to do, is, he argues, one of the most important things a person can do for their own safety in a world that contains predatory violence. It is also, from the perspective of this script's overall inquiry, the subjective, experiential counterpart of everything we have been examining from the outside. We have been looking at the predatory appraisal from the outside, at the behavioral signals it reads, the environmental factors it weighs, the cognitive mechanisms by which it operates. De Becker turns that perspective around and looks at the same moment from the inside, from the perspective of the person the appraisal is directed at, and specifically at the internal experience that, if attended to rather than suppressed, offers genuine protective information. The 10-second world runs in both directions. The predator is reading you. Your nervous system, if you let it, is reading the predator. The question de Becker asks, the question his work forces onto the table with uncomfortable clarity, is which of those readings you have been trained to trust? Bundy, Rifkin, and the predator's stated logic. What offenders say when they explain themselves. There is a specific kind of unease that attaches to reading the words of predatory killers when they speak about their crimes. Not the theatrical unease of horror that is too clean, too safely contained within the frame of entertainment. What attaches is something more disquieting and more intellectually productive, the unease of recognition. The recognition that the person speaking is not incomprehensible, that the logic they are describing, however perverted its application, has a structure, that the perceptual processes they are attempting to articulate, however inadequately, however self-servingly, map onto mechanisms that the science has independently identified, described, and verified. This section draws on the documented interview records of convicted predatory criminals, principally Ted Bundy, whose interview history is among the most extensively documented in the literature of criminal psychology, and Joel Rifkin, whose post-conviction statements provide a different but complementary perspective, as well as the broader research literature on offender self-report and predatory target selection. The purpose is not sensationalism. It is to examine what happens when the subjects of the predatory appraisal system attempt to describe it from the inside, and to analyze what their accounts reveal and conceal about the actual mechanisms of target selection. Point 2 methodological cautions must be stated clearly before we proceed. First, criminal self-report is among the most unreliable categories of evidence in behavioral science. Individuals who have committed predatory crimes have powerful motivational reasons to distort their accounts, to minimize culpability, to manage their public image, to perform cooperativeness for parole boards and researchers, to maintain a narrative of control over a situation in which they have lost control, or simply to construct the most interesting and flattering version of their own story. No account from this source should be taken as face value truth. Every account must be evaluated against documented behavioral evidence, triangulated against accounts from multiple sources, and analyzed for the specific ways in which it is likely to be distorted. Second, the gap between what offenders say they did and what the evidence shows they did is frequently significant. This gap is itself informative about self-perception, about the cognitive distortions characteristic of predatory psychology, about the post hoc rationalization that conscious narrative imposes on processes that were never conscious in the first place. The gap is data. We will treat it as such. With those cautions established, we can enter the territory. Ted Bundy, the most documented predatory mind in criminal history. Theodore Robert Bundy confessed, in the final days before his execution in January 1989, to the murder of 30 women across multiple states over a period spanning from approximately 1974 to 1978. Investigators and criminologists believe the actual number may be significantly higher. Estimates range from 30 to over 100. He was executed in Florida's electric chair on January 24, 1989, at the age of 42. The interview record Bundy left behind is extraordinary in its volume and, in certain respects, in its psychological candor, though always mediated by his characteristic need to manage perception, maintain intellectual superiority, and control the terms of any conversation about himself. He gave interviews to FBI agents Robert Keppel and William Hagmaier over an extended period in the late 1980s. He was interviewed at length by psychologist James Dobson in the hours before his execution. He spoke extensively with journalists, researchers, and law enforcement personnel throughout his years on death row. He was the subject of multiple formal psychological evaluations. Taken together, these accounts constitute the most extensive self-reported record of predatory psychology from a single serial offender in the literature. What Bundy said about target selection, specifically about how he chose his victims, must be understood in the context of several layers of motivated distortion that operated simultaneously. The first layer was his consistent, decades-long effort to present himself as a sophisticated, analytically self-aware observer of his own pathology. To be, in effect, an interesting subject rather than a mere criminal. This motivation produced a version of his account that was often more theoretically elaborate and intellectually organized than the underlying behavioral reality probably warranted. Bundy constructed explanations. Whether those explanations accurately reflected his actual cognitive processes is a different question. The second layer was his consistent minimization of his own agency and escalation of the role of external forces, pornography, dysfunctional upbringing, unnamed compulsive drives, in producing his behavior. The famous Dobson interview, conducted the night before his execution, is a particularly striking example of this pattern. Bundy's claim in that interview that pornography was the primary causal factor in his violence was widely received as self-serving, an attempt to die with a narrative that positioned him as a victim of external forces rather than the sole author of his own actions. Subsequent researchers and commentators have largely been skeptical of this account, and for good reason. It is precisely the kind of narrative that serves the interests of the speaker while being essentially unverifiable. The third layer was his fundamental inability, common to individuals with his psychological profile, to fully access and accurately report on processes that were never fully conscious in the first place. When Bundy described his target selection, he was doing something that is, as we have established, cognitively very difficult, translating preconscious perceptual and evaluative processes into verbal, analytical language. The translation is inevitably imperfect, inevitably shaped by the post hoc rationalization that conscious narrative produces, and inevitably influenced by his specific motivational distortions. With all of that in mind, what did Bundy actually say about how he chose? Bundy on selection. Parsing the account in his conversations with FBI agents Keppel and Hagmeyer, documented in Robert Keppel's book The Riverman, 1995, Bundy described his targeting process in several ways that are analytically significant. He consistently described an initial phase of observation, what he called watching, that preceded any direct approach. He would position himself in an environment and observe the people moving through it, attending to what he described as their presentation and their manner. He spoke about being drawn to individuals who seemed, in his language, unaware, people who were not attending to their surroundings, who were absorbed in their own internal world, who did not appear to register his observation. This account maps directly onto the environmental awareness dimension of the vulnerability Q research. Unaware is not an aesthetic judgment or an emotional one in this context. It is a behavioral assessment, a reading of the nonverbal signals that indicate the degree to which a person is monitoring their environment. What Bundy describes as watching for unawareness is, in the research framework, exactly the kind of gaze pattern and environmental scanning assessment that the Grayson-Stein study and its successors identified as central to the predatory appraisal He also spoke, in various interviews, about what might be called presentation coherence, something he described in terms of how a person carried themselves. Without using the vocabulary of kinesics research, he was describing the postural and gait characteristics that we examined in Section 3. He described being drawn to individuals whose physical presentation conveyed a kind of accessible fragility, a lack of what he called awareness of themselves in space. This phrase is striking in its precision. Awareness of themselves in space is a remarkably accurate lay description of the postural organization and kinetic presence that the research identifies as protective against predatory selection. What Bundy notably did not describe, and this is an important gap, was a clear, conscious, sequential checklist of target characteristics that he worked through before selecting. His accounts, even when elaborated in detail, consistently returned to a language of felt recognition, a sense of knowing, without being able to fully specify the basis for the knowing. Something about them, in various formulations, recurs throughout his accounts. This is consistent with the thin-sliced judgment framework and the expertise model of criminal target selection. The recognition arrives as a gestalt rather than as the output of serial analysis, and the post hoc verbal account of something about them is the best conscious articulation available for a process that was fundamentally preconscious. His accounts of the selection process also reveal something about the specific environmental contexts he preferred, the transitional spaces, the isolated locations, the moments when potential targets were separated from capable guardianship. He was explicit, in various accounts, about his attention to whether a potential target was alone, whether their surroundings provided natural surveillance, whether a potential approach could be conducted without witness. This environmental dimension of his selection process is consistent with the routine activity theory framework. Bundy was reading all three variables of the predatory opportunity equation simultaneously and selecting for moments when all three were favorable: a vulnerable target, an isolated environment, and minimal capable guardianship. What the behavioral record reveals that the words conceal. The gap between Bundy's verbal accounts and the behavioral record reconstructed by investigators is illuminating in ways that his words alone are not. Forensic analysis of his known crimes, combined with geographical profiling of the locations where he operated, reveals several patterns that his self-reported accounts do not fully capture. The first is the degree to which his target selection showed demographic consistency, specifically, a consistent preference for young women with long, straight, center-parted hair. Bundy's own accounts of his selection process de-emphasize or entirely omit this demographic consistency, preferring to frame his selection in terms of behavioral and presentational cues rather than physical type. The behavioral research on predatory selection suggests that both factors, behavioral/presentational and demographic, are typically operative in target selection, though the behavioral cues appear more fundamental. Bundy's de-emphasis of the physical type dimension of his selection may reflect genuine cognitive complexity in the selection process, or it may reflect his characteristic tendency to frame his behavior in terms that maximize his perceived sophistication while minimizing the more obviously disturbing dimensions. The second pattern revealed by the behavioral record is the degree of operational planning that accompanied his approaches, planning that his more improvisational self-presentations tend to obscure. The ruse with the arm cast, the fake police officer scenario, the fake construction site. These were prepared strategies, not spontaneous improvisations, and they reveal a level of premeditation about the practical mechanics of approach that complicates his accounts of selection as a felt, intuitive process. The selection may have been intuitive. The approach was engineered. The third pattern, perhaps the most important for our analytical purposes, is the evidence of failed selections, potential targets who were approached and who did not become victims. Investigators working on Bundy's cases documented multiple accounts from women who had brief interactions with a person matching Bundy's description and disengaged, sometimes because of clear alarm, sometimes because they gave him a direct no, sometimes for reasons they could not fully articulate, but that they described, in retrospect, as a felt sense that something was wrong. These near-miss accounts are, in de Becker's framework, precisely the gift of fear functioning correctly, the threat detection system generating accurate signals, and the person honoring them rather than overriding them. From the perspective of the predatory opportunity equation, they are also confirmation of a key insight. The predatory selection process is not irrevocable. The variables can be changed. The equation can be altered. Joel Rifkin, a different angle on the selection process. Joel Rifkin was convicted in 1994 of the murder of 9 women in New York, though he confessed to 17 murders total. He is serving consecutive life sentences. Unlike Bundy, Rifkin does not project intellectual sophistication or narrative control as a dominant persona. His post-conviction interviews and statements are, in many respects, more straightforward, and perhaps for that reason, in some ways more directly illuminating about the mechanics of predatory selection as actually practiced. Rifkin's victims were primarily women involved in street-based sex work, a population whose specific vulnerability profile reflects the intersection of personal, social, and environmental factors that we have been analyzing throughout this script. The targeting of this population by serial predators is a well-documented pattern in criminological literature, and the reasons for it are directly analyzable through the frameworks we have established in post-conviction interviews. Rifkin described his target selection in terms that are striking for their relative simplicity. He spoke about looking for individuals who were alone, who were in locations where they would not be immediately missed, and who, in his description, seemed disconnected from any protective social network. He described a process of evaluating potential targets for what he called their situation, a composite assessment of their isolation, their environmental context, and their apparent psychological state. What Rifkin's accounts add to the picture that Bundy's more elaborate self-presentations sometimes obscure is the fundamental role of capable guardianship assessment in the predatory selection process. His descriptions consistently emphasize the situational and social dimensions of target selection. Who is around? Who will notice? Who will intervene? Who will miss them? This is the routine activity theory framework expressed in the language of a practitioner. The predatory selection process as the search for conditions in which all 3 elements of the criminal opportunity equation align favorably. His accounts also reveal something about the speed and automaticity of this situational assessment. Like Bundy, and like the broader pattern in offender interview research, Rifkin describes a process that is rapid and felt rather than slow and analytical. He is not describing working through a checklist. He is describing a recognition, a rapid, holistic appraisal of whether the conditions are favorable, that arrives as a sense of opportunity rather than as the conclusion of a logical argument. The broader research literature, patterns across offenders, beyond the specific cases of Bundy and Rifkin, The research literature on offender self-report in predatory target selection reveals a set of consistent themes that emerge across diverse offender populations, crime types, and research methodologies. These themes, taken together, constitute the closest approximation we have to a general account of the predatory selection process as experienced from the inside. The first consistent theme is the primacy of the felt sense over conscious reasoning in the account of the selection moment. Across dozens of offender interview studies, including the extensive work of Levin and Fox, the interview research of criminologists Luckenbill and Doyle, and the prison-based studies that followed the Grayson-Stein paradigm, experienced predatory offenders consistently describe their target selection in terms that emphasize immediacy and felt recognition rather than deliberate analysis. I just knew. Something told me. I could tell right away. These formulations, varying in their vocabulary but consistent in their structure, describe exactly the thin-sliced judgment process that the cognitive science literature predicts for expert perceptual judgment in a domain of extensive practice. The second consistent theme is the centrality of perceived controllability, the offender's rapid assessment of whether the potential target can be managed, controlled, and prevented from raising an effective alarm. This assessment, as described by offenders across multiple studies, incorporates personal behavioral cues, the target's apparent alertness and physical capability, environmental factors, isolation, sight lines, escape routes, and social factors, the presence or absence of people who know the target and would notice their absence. The convergence of these three dimensions in the offender's rapid appraisal is directly consistent with the routine activity theory framework and with the research on predatory opportunity assessment more broadly. The third consistent theme is the role of target response to initial contact, what offenders describe as they feel of an initial interaction in confirming or disconfirming the initial selection. Many offenders describe a two-phase process, an initial rapid selection based on observed behavioral and environmental cues, followed by a confirmation phase in which the initial contact, a question, a brief interaction, a ruse, provides additional information about the target's alertness, response capability, and social connectedness. Targets who respond to initial contact with clear, direct, confident disengagement, who give an unambiguous no and disengage without lengthy explanation or apology, are, in multiple offender accounts, described as more likely to be abandoned as targets. Targets who respond with confusion, prolonged explanation, apologetic disengagement, or continued engagement despite discomfort are described as confirming the initial selection. This finding is directly consistent with de Becker's analysis of the role of clear boundary setting as a protective factor, and with the broader research on the relationship between target response and predatory persistence. It is also, for the same reasons, one of the most practically significant findings in the entire body of offender self-report research. The reliability problem. What offender accounts cannot tell us. Having examined what offender accounts reveal, we must be equally clear about what they cannot. The reliability limitations of criminal self-report that were flagged at the beginning of this section are not merely methodological cautions. They are substantive constraints on what the evidence can support. The most fundamental limitation is the post hoc rationalization problem. The selection processes that offenders describe in interviews occurred, in most cases, years or decades before the interview. They were, as the research suggests, substantially pre-conscious processes that did not generate verbal records at the time of their occurrence. What offenders produce in interview accounts is not a memory of what they experienced. It is a reconstruction, a narrative built after the fact, shaped by the demands of the interview situation, by years of prison-based self-reflection and peer conversation about their crimes, by media representations of criminal psychology that have influenced their self-understanding, and by the specific motivational pressures of their current situation. The reconstruction is not worthless. It contains real information about the offender's self-understanding, about the aspects of their experience that are salient enough to be retained and reported, and about the general structure of the process, even where the specific details are unreliable. But it cannot be read as a direct window into the actual cognitive process that occurred during the original selection events. The window is clouded, angled, and partially obscured by the reconstruction process itself. The specific reliability concern that is most relevant to our inquiry is the tendency of predatory offenders, particularly those with the psychological profile most associated with chronic predatory behavior, to construct accounts that maximize their perceived agency, sophistication, and control, while minimizing the elements of their behavior that are most obviously pathological or least flattering. Bundy is the extreme case of this tendency, but it appears in varying degrees across the offender interview literature. The implication is that the accounts we have examined are systematically biased toward making the selection process sound more deliberate, more analytically sophisticated, and more controllable than it probably actually was. The actual process, rapid, pre-conscious, template-based, dispositionally driven, is probably both simpler and more disturbing than any verbal account captures. What the predator's words ultimately confirm despite their limitations, the accounts we have examined in this section confirm several things that are important for the overall inquiry of this script. They confirm the speed and felt quality of the predatory appraisal, the consistent description of selection as recognition rather than analysis. They confirm the centrality of perceived vulnerability and controllability in the selection assessment and the multivariable nature of that assessment. They confirm the role of environmental and social factors alongside personal behavioral cues. They confirm the existence of a confirmation phase in which initial contact is used to validate or revise the initial selection. And they confirm, in their very inadequacy as verbal accounts of pre-conscious processes, the cognitive science prediction that expert perceptual judgment in complex domains resists verbal articulation. What they do not confirm and cannot confirm is any single, clean, fully specified account of the predatory selection process that translates directly into a simple set of protective prescriptions. The accounts are too variable, too motivated, too post hoc to support that kind of confident translation. What they support, instead, is the broader picture that the research as a whole has been building. A picture of predatory selection as a multivariable, rapid, largely pre-conscious process that reads behavioral, environmental, and social cues simultaneously and generates a holistic assessment of opportunity that precedes and shapes the predatory approach. That picture is complex enough to demand the multidimensional response, awareness cultivation, environmental assessment, behavioral modification, boundary setting, and the cultivation of the social willingness to honor threat signals that the best protective frameworks propose. It is not complex enough to support the counsel of despair that the picture can sometimes seem to imply. The variables are real. The variables can be changed. The equation can be altered. That is what we turn to in the sections that follow. The demographics of vulnerability, age, gender, distraction, and the modern threat landscape. The predatory appraisal, as we have established, is not primarily a demographic process. It is a behavioral one. The research consistently shows that what the experienced predatory observer reads in the first seconds of encounter is not a checklist of demographic characteristics, age, gender, race, physical size, but a set of behavioral and kinetic signals that communicate vulnerability in the specific, operational sense. Reduced awareness, diminished resistance capacity, limited alarm-raising potential. The behavioral cues are primary. They are what the thin-sliced judgment is actually processing, and yet demographics matter. They matter not because demographic characteristics are themselves vulnerability signals in the direct, behavioral sense, but because they are associated, through documented patterns of socialization, life experience, physical development, and social positioning, with systematic differences in the behavioral presentations that generate vulnerability signals. Demographics do not determine vulnerability, but they are correlated with vulnerability in ways that are real, that are measurable, and that require honest examination if we are to have a complete and accurate picture of the modern predatory threat landscape. This section examines those correlations carefully. The relationships between age, gender, the use of distraction technologies, and the vulnerability profiles that the research has documented. It does so with the consistent analytical commitment of this entire script, describing mechanisms without assigning moral weight, illuminating patterns without reducing victims to their demographic categories, and maintaining throughout the distinction between the descriptive claims of the research and the normative conclusions that can and cannot be drawn from it. Age and vulnerability, the two ends of the developmental spectrum, the relationship between age and predatory victimization risk, follows a pattern that is both intuitively comprehensible and extensively documented in the criminological literature. Risk is highest at the two ends of the developmental spectrum, among the very young and among older adults, and lowest in the middle years of adulthood, particularly for the kinds of predatory street crime that have been the primary focus of this script. The vulnerability of children and adolescents to predatory victimization reflects a convergence of factors that operate across the behavioral, developmental, and social domains simultaneously. At the behavioral level, children and younger adolescents have not yet developed the automatic, calibrated environmental monitoring that characterizes mature situational awareness. The baseline comparison mechanism that underlies effective threat detection, the process of establishing a model of environmental normality and flagging deviations from it, requires both cognitive maturity and accumulated experience to function with the efficiency that adult awareness displays. Children are not inattentive because they are irresponsible. They are inattentive, in the relevant sense, because the developmental trajectory of the awareness systems that underlie condition yellow is not complete. The orienting response is present. The calibrated baseline model and the experience-derived template library that give it predictive power are not yet fully established at the social level. Children's vulnerability reflects their structurally reduced capacity for effective alarm raising and their embeddedness in social relationships that create specific exploitable dependencies. The predatory approaches most commonly directed at children, grooming-based approaches that exploit trust relationships rather than opportunistic street encounters, reflect a different target selection logic than the rapid, cold read assessments we have been examining. But the underlying predatory opportunity equation is the same: a vulnerable target, a context that limits capable guardianship, and a motivated offender. Grooming-based approaches to child victims work by systematically manipulating the guardianship variable over time, cultivating a relationship that progressively reduces the child's perception of risk and the awareness of surrounding adults. At the other end of the developmental spectrum, older adults face a different but equally real configuration of vulnerability factors. Physical changes associated with aging, reduced mobility, altered gait patterns, diminished sensory acuity, produce behavioral presentations that register as vulnerability signals in the predatory appraisal. The gait characteristics associated with aging, including reduced stride length, increased lateral sway, slower pace, and less decisive weight transfer, map directly onto the high consensus target characteristics identified in the Grayson-Stein research. This is not because older adults are inherently weaker or less capable in some absolute moral sense. It is because the physical changes of aging produce behavioral outputs that the predatory appraisal reads as reduced resistance and flight capacity. Social factors also contribute to the elevated victimization risk of older adults. Social isolation, which increases with age, particularly for those who have lost partners, whose social networks have contracted through attrition, and who have limited mobility, reduces the capable guardianship available to older individuals in both their home environments and public spaces. The elderly person who lives alone, who has limited regular contact with family or community, and who moves through public space without the natural social embedding that characterizes more socially connected individuals, presents a vulnerability profile that extends well beyond their physical presentation alone. Gender, socialization, and the differential vulnerability calculus. The relationship between gender and predatory victimization risk is among the most extensively studied and most complex topics in criminological research, and addressing it with both accuracy and appropriate nuance requires some care. The raw victimization statistics tell a complicated story. Men are, overall, more frequently victims of violent crime than women across most categories and most jurisdictions, a finding that surprises many people who expect the reverse. But the distribution across crime types is highly unequal. Men are vastly more frequently victims of violence perpetrated by strangers in public spaces, while women are vastly more frequently victims of sexual violence and intimate partner violence. And within the category of predatory stranger crime that has been the primary focus of this script, the vulnerability calculus differs significantly by gender in ways that are directly relevant to our analysis. The specific categories of predatory crime that rely most heavily on the behavioral target selection processes we have been examining: robbery, sexual assault by strangers, predatory abduction, show markedly different gender patterns both in victim demographics and in the specific vulnerability mechanisms that are exploited. For sexual violence specifically, women are victimized at dramatically higher rates than men, a disparity that reflects not just differential targeting, but differential socialization. Specifically, the socialization patterns that de Becker identifies as actively suppressing women's threat detection and boundary-setting behaviors. The socialization dimension of gender differential vulnerability is the most important and the most frequently under-acknowledged factor in the criminological analysis of this disparity. As de Becker documents in detail, and as the broader social psychological research on gender socialization confirms, women in most contemporary Western cultures are socialized from early childhood toward behavioral patterns that, while socially functional in the context for which they are designed, create specific vulnerabilities in the context of predatory threat. the prioritization of others' comfort over one's own discomfort, the social management of others' emotional states as a primary responsibility, the cultural equation of suspicion and self-protection with rudeness and social failure, the training to give benefit of the doubt in ambiguous social situations, even when that ambiguity is precisely the kind that genuine threat produces. These socialization patterns do not reduce women's intelligence, perceptual capability, or inherent threat detection capacity. The threat detection system is equally present in all human beings regardless of gender. What the socialization patterns affect is the downstream processing, the interpretive and behavioral response to threat signals that determines whether a perceived signal results in protective action or social override. The research and clinical literature consistently documents that women, more often than men, report having perceived threat signals and chosen not to act on them, and that the reason given, far more frequently than any other, is social. The concern about appearing rude, paranoid, or unkind to the person generating the signal. This is not a biological or psychological difference in the capacity for threat detection. It is a learned behavioral difference in the willingness to honor threat signals over social norms. And it is, for that reason, a difference that is potentially modifiable, not through the elimination of the social values it reflects, but through the cultivation of the understanding that genuine threat signals warrant priority over social comfort management, and that the social courage required to honor those signals is not rudeness, but survival intelligence, physical size, apparent capability, and the resistance assessment, physical size and apparent physical capability function in the predatory appraisal in ways that are straightforward at the level of the underlying mechanism, but more complex in their interaction with behavioral signals than they might initially appear. The straightforward dimension is the resistance assessment that forms part of every predatory target selection. All other things being equal, a potential target who appears physically larger, stronger, and more capable of effective physical resistance represents a greater cost-benefit risk to the predatory actor. The physical capability assessment is a real and documented component of the predatory selection process, and physical size is one of the inputs to that assessment. The complexity emerges from the interaction between physical presentation and behavioral presentation. Specifically, from the research finding that behavioral signals substantially modify the weight given to physical characteristics in the predatory appraisal. A large person who moves with the postural collapse, gait hesitation, and gaze aversion of the high consensus target profile may be assessed as more vulnerable, more selectable, than a smaller person who moves with the confident, environmentally present behavioral signature of low vulnerability. The behavioral signals, in other words, carry sufficient informational weight to override the physical size assessment in a significant range of cases. This finding has important implications. It means that the protective value of physical size, real as it is not a fixed or reliable protection against predatory selection. It can be undermined by behavioral presentations that communicate reduced resistance capacity, and it can be supplemented, for individuals who do not have the advantage of physical size, by behavioral presentations that communicate exactly that capacity, even in its absence. Distraction technologies and the contemporary vulnerability landscape. The smartphone is not the first technology to create public distraction and thereby alter the human behavioral landscape in ways relevant to predatory opportunity. Walkman and early portable audio devices created auditory isolation in public spaces from the late 1970s onward. Books and newspapers have always provided a mechanism for attentional withdrawal from the immediate environment. What is genuinely new about the smartphone era is not the existence of distraction technology, but the depth, ubiquity, and multi-sensory nature of the distraction it produces, and, consequently, the scale of its impact on the behavioral presentations that constitute the contemporary vulnerability landscape. The research on smartphone use and pedestrian situational awareness is, as noted in Section 3, extensive and consistent. But the full scope of its implications for the predatory opportunity landscape has not been completely captured in the research literature, in part because that literature is relatively recent, and in part because the behavioral technology landscape is evolving faster than the research paradigms can track. What we can say with confidence, based on the convergence of the awareness research, the behavioral observation literature, and the target selection research, is this. The behavioral profile produced by active smartphone engagement in public space, downward gaze, auditory isolation, attentional inwardness, gait disruption, reduced environmental scanning, is, in terms of its vulnerability signal profile, one of the most favorable target presentations the predatory appraisal can encounter. This is not a moral judgment about smartphone use. It is a behavioral analysis of its consequences in the specific context of predatory opportunity assessment. The person checking their phone while walking through a parking garage is not making a morally deficient choice. They are producing a behavioral presentation that, through mechanisms entirely consistent with the research we have examined, reduces their effective environmental awareness to approximately zero and simultaneously broadcasts that reduction to any predatory observer in the vicinity. The auditory dimension of this phenomenon deserves particular emphasis. The use of in-ear audio devices, earbuds, particularly the wireless variety that are now ubiquitous, creates an auditory isolation that has no precise historical parallel. Unlike the portable audio devices of earlier eras, which were often bulky and conspicuous, modern earbuds are small, invisible at distance, and so commonly worn that their presence is essentially normalized. The person wearing earbuds in public is not performing an unusual behavior that signals inattention. They are engaging in a behavior so common that it is expected in many social environments. But the functional consequences of auditory isolation remain exactly what they were for earlier generations of portable audio technology. The effective disabling of the omnidirectional environmental warning system that hearing provides. The sound of footsteps approaching from behind. The shift in ambient noise that signals a change in the surrounding environment. The tonal quality of voices nearby that carries threat-relevant information even when the words are not audible. All of this information, real, continuous, automatically processed by the auditory system of an unoccluded ear, is simply unavailable to the person wearing earbuds. They have, voluntarily and without fully appreciating the consequences, reduced their effective environmental awareness to a single sensory modality operating in a specific directional field. The combination of visual and auditory isolation, the person with earbuds and eyes on their phone, produces what is, from the perspective of the predatory opportunity equation, a near-ideal target presentation. The aware observer, of course, needs no research to tell them this. It is visible from across the street. Urban density, anonymity, and the modern predatory ecology, the contemporary urban environment presents a specific ecological context for predatory activity that differs in important ways from both the historical environments in which human threat detection systems evolved and the research context in which much of the target selection literature was generated. Understanding those differences is important for calibrating the application of the research findings to contemporary experience. The most fundamental difference is the degree of social anonymity that characterizes contemporary urban life. Human beings evolved in social environments of high mutual familiarity, small groups in which essentially every individual was known to every other, in which strangers were rare and immediately conspicuous, and in which the capable guardianship provided by the social network was both dense and specific. The large modern city is the precise opposite of this environment, an environment of dense co-presence combined with minimal social familiarity, in which the vast majority of people encountered in daily life are strangers, and in which the capable guardianship that the routine activity theory framework identifies as a key crime-preventing variable is provided, if at all, by strangers with no specific relationship to or responsibility for any particular individual. This anonymity creates specific vulnerabilities at the population level that did not exist in the social environments of our evolutionary past. It means that the bystander dynamics discussed in Section 5, the diffusion of responsibility and pluralistic ignorance that reduce effective bystander intervention, operate at maximal intensity. It means that predatory actors can operate in public spaces without the recognition risk that familiarity would create. And it means that potential targets move through their daily environments without the protective embedding in known, reciprocally monitoring social networks that characterized life in smaller, more familiar social groups. The specific pattern of daily mobility that characterizes contemporary urban life, the regular movement between home, workplace, transit nodes, commercial environments, and social venues, along predictable routes at predictable times, creates what criminologists call routine. Activity patterns that are, when predictable, exploitable by motivated offenders who observe and learn those patterns over time. The person who takes the same route home at the same time every evening, passes through the same transitional spaces, and is in the same state of attentional withdrawal, phone in hand, earbuds in place, at the same predictable moments, is not just presenting a vulnerable behavioral profile on any single occasion. They are presenting it reliably and predictably in a specific environmental context at specific times, a gift of consistency to the predatory observer with the patience and opportunity to learn it. Social media, digital footprint, and the extended vulnerability profile. The modern threat landscape includes a dimension that has no precedent in the research traditions from which this script draws: the digital dimension of vulnerability that social media use and digital activity create. While this script's primary focus is on the behavioral and physical cues that constitute vulnerability in face-to-face predatory selection, the digital extension of that vulnerability profile is sufficiently significant in the contemporary context to warrant direct examination. The routine public disclosure of location information through geotag data on social media posts, check-in features, location-tagged photographs, and the detailed behavioral record that public social media profiles create provides motivated observers with a category of information about potential targets that the predatory opportunity equation has never before incorporated at scale. A potential target whose social media presence reveals their regular location patterns, their daily routine, their social network connections, and their absence, their home neighborhood, and their current real-time location is providing, voluntarily and usually without full appreciation of the implications, Exactly the kind of intelligence that the capable predator with patience and technological literacy can use to construct a highly informed predatory opportunity assessment before any face-to-face encounter occurs. This digital dimension does not replace the behavioral target selection processes we have examined. The face-to-face predatory appraisal, with its rapid reading of behavioral and environmental cues, remains the fundamental mechanism of most predatory crime. But the digital dimension extends and supplements the predatory opportunity equation in ways that are genuinely new and that the research paradigms developed before the social media era have not yet fully incorporated. The person who presents a low vulnerability behavioral profile in public but maintains a high disclosure digital presence is not fully protected by their behavioral presentation alone. The intersectionality of vulnerability, multiple factors, compounding effects point one of the most important insights that emerges from examining the demographic dimensions of vulnerability is the compounding effect of multiple simultaneous vulnerability factors. The individual risk factors we have examined, age, gender socialization, physical presentation, distraction technology use, social isolation, do not simply add together linearly. They interact, amplify each other, and in some combinations produce vulnerability profiles that are significantly greater than the sum of their individual components. The young woman in her early 20s socialized towards social deference and boundary suppression, walking alone through a transitional space late at night with earbuds in and phone in hand, is not merely experiencing 5 individual vulnerability factors simultaneously. She is experiencing a compounded vulnerability profile in which each factor amplifies the others. The social deference suppresses the threat response that the environmental isolation should be triggering. The auditory isolation prevents the warning signal that approaching footsteps would provide. The phone engagement disables the visual scanning that might detect the pre-incident indicator of target glancing. And the temporal and environmental context, late night, transitional space, has already minimized capable guardianship to near zero. The predatory opportunity equation, in this configuration, has almost all of its variables aligned in the direction of maximum opportunity. The compounding effect also operates in the protective direction. The presence of multiple protective factors simultaneously, environmental awareness, purposeful movement, social embeddedness, appropriate technological boundary management, knowledge of pre-incident indicators, produces a protective profile that is considerably more robust than any single protective factor alone. This is why the most effective protective frameworks, Cooper's, de Becker's, the practical applications we will examine in the next section, consistently emphasize the multidimensional nature of protective awareness rather than any single behavioral or environmental prescription. The modern threat landscape, a summary assessment, the contemporary threat landscape, synthesized across the dimensions examined in this section, presents several characteristics that distinguish it from the environments in which both the research traditions of this script and the threat detection systems of the human nervous system were developed. The ubiquity and depth of distraction technology has produced a population-level shift in public behavioral presentations, a broad increase in the prevalence of the attentional inwardness and environmental disengagement that constitute the core vulnerability profile identified by the research. The smartphone era has, in effect, scaled up the proportion of the public that presents a high vulnerability behavioral profile at any given moment in any given public space. Social anonymity in urban environments has simultaneously reduced the effective capable guardianship that dense social familiarity would provide, increasing the environmental favorability of the predatory opportunity equation even as individual vulnerability presentations have increased. The digital extension of personal information disclosure has created new dimensions of vulnerability that operate upstream of face-to-face encounter, enabling a level of pre-encounter intelligence about potential targets that the traditional target selection research paradigm does not address. And the socialization patterns that produce differential vulnerability across gender lines have not been fundamentally altered by the broader social changes of recent decades, leaving the specific suppression of threat response and boundary-setting behaviors that de Becker identifies as central vulnerability factors largely intact, even as other dimensions of gender-related social experience have shifted significantly. This is not a picture designed to produce fear or despair. It is a picture designed to produce clarity, the kind of clear-eyed assessment of actual conditions that is the prerequisite for effective, proportionate, evidence-based response. The conditions are real. They are documented. And they are, in significant respects, modifiable, both at the individual level through the cultivation of the protective behaviors and awareness states examined in the next section, and at the social and environmental level through the policy and design interventions that the research supports. The predatory opportunity equation has multiple variables. The modern threat landscape has shifted several of them in unfavorable directions. Understanding exactly how and exactly which is the beginning of the work of shifting them back. Reclaiming the signal. How to physically communicate hardness as a target. Everything examined in the preceding 9 sections has been, in a specific and important sense, descriptive. It has described the mechanisms by which predatory selection operates, the behavioral signals that constitute vulnerability, the cognitive machinery that reads them, the environmental factors that amplify or suppress them, the perceptual sophistication of the experienced predatory actor, and the demographic and technological factors that shape the contemporary landscape of predatory opportunity. That description has been as precise and as honest as the available evidence permits, and its value is real regardless of what follows from it. But description without application is, in the context of a subject this consequential, incomplete. The science of predatory target selection was not developed purely for academic satisfaction. It was developed because understanding how criminal targeting works has the potential to reduce the human cost of criminal violence, to give people genuine tools for navigating a world that contains predatory actors more safely and more effectively than they could navigate it without that understanding. This section is where that potential is realized. What follows is a careful, evidence-based examination of the specific behavioral, attentional, and environmental modifications that the research supports as genuinely protective, as capable of shifting the predatory opportunity equation in ways that meaningfully reduce the probability of selection. These are not guarantees. They are not a complete solution. They do not address the structural, social, and policy dimensions of predatory violence that individual behavior cannot touch. And they are not, as this script has been insistent throughout, anything remotely resembling a prescription for victim blaming. They are tools, derived from the same science that describes the problem, calibrated to the actual mechanisms that the research has identified, and offered in the spirit of genuine agency rather than defensive moralizing. The distinction between agency and blame is not semantic. It is the entire point. Blame looks backward and assigns responsibility for what has already happened. Agency looks forward and asks what is possible from here. This section is about agency. The foundation: understanding what you are modifying and why. Before examining specific behavioral modifications, it is essential to establish a clear understanding of what, precisely, is being modified and through what mechanism. Without this foundation, the specific prescriptions that follow can easily be reduced to a checklist, a set of behavioral performances that are adopted superficially without the underlying state change that gives them their actual protective value. And as we have established, the predatory appraisal is sophisticated enough, in its most experienced forms, to distinguish genuine behavioral presentations from performed ones. The behavioral signals of vulnerability that the research identifies: gait hesitation, postural collapse, gaze aversion, reduced environmental scanning, are not arbitrary conventions. They are the physical, behavioral expression of genuine psychological states, states of attentional inwardness, environmental disconnection, reduced confidence, and suppressed physical readiness. They are symptoms, not primary phenomena. The primary phenomenon is the psychological and attentional state that produces them. This means that the most effective approach to modifying the behavioral vulnerability presentation is not to directly target the behaviors themselves, but to cultivate the underlying psychological and attentional states that produce protective behavioral presentations as natural expressions. A person who genuinely achieves the attentional state of Cooper's condition yellow will naturally produce the distributed gaze, purposeful movement, and postural organization of environmental presence, not as a performed set of behaviors, but as the authentic physical expression of an authentic psychological state. The behavior follows the state. The most effective intervention targets the state. This does not mean that direct behavioral work is useless. It means that behavioral work is most valuable when it is understood as a means of cultivating the underlying state rather than as an end in itself. The practice of deliberate postural organization, for example, is not valuable primarily because it produces a less vulnerable appearing posture. It is valuable because, through the mechanism of embodied cognition that we examined in Section 3, it actually influences the psychological state, producing genuine increments of environmental readiness and physical confidence that feed back into the awareness system and support the attentional engagement of condition yellow. With this foundation established, we can examine the specific domains of protective behavioral practice that the research supports. Gait: reclaiming purposeful movement. The gait characteristics associated with reduced predatory vulnerability: full strides, consistent pace, coordinated arm swing, smooth weight transfer, are the behavioral expression of purposeful, energetically engaged movement. They communicate, in the language of nonverbal behavioral signal that the predatory appraisal reads, a person who knows where they are going, who is physically capable and ready, and whose movement reflects genuine confidence in their right to occupy the space they are moving through. Cultivating this kind of movement is not a matter of learning to walk differently in the theatrical sense, of adopting an artificial swagger or a deliberately intimidating bearing. It is a matter of developing an actual relationship to forward movement that is characterized by commitment and purpose rather than hesitation and drift. The specific gait elements that the research identifies as most relevant to vulnerability reduction are addressable through deliberate, practice-based cultivation. Stride commitment: the decision to plant the lead foot with full weight transfer and to push through the stride with genuine forward momentum is perhaps the most fundamental. Short, tentative strides reflect psychological hesitation in the movement system. The body is hedging against what is not entirely clear, but hedging in a way that the predatory appraisal reads accurately as uncertainty about environmental safety. Practicing full, committed strides, not exaggeratedly long strides, but strides that use the full range of comfortable forward reach, produces a movement quality that reads as purposeful in exactly the way that the high vulnerability gait does not. Pace consistency is cultivable through what might be called directional clarity, the practice of knowing, before you begin moving through a space, where you are going and how you will get there. Much of the pace variability associated with high vulnerability gait presentations reflects genuine navigational uncertainty. The person is not sure of their route, is processing environmental information on the fly, is uncertain whether their destination requires a left or right turn at the next intersection. The simple practice of orienting yourself before you begin moving, checking your route, identifying your destination, making navigational decisions before you are in motion, eliminates much of the behavioral variability that reads as environmental disorientation. Arm swing symmetry is the gait element that most directly reflects the body's degree of psychological contraction. Reduced or asymmetric arm swing is the kinetic signature of a body that is pulling inward, protecting itself, contracting away from its environment. Deliberate attention to allowing a natural, symmetric pendular arm motion, not exaggerated, not theatrical, but unrestrained, is a direct practice of releasing that contraction. The practice is easiest when approached through the lens of embodied cognition. The question is not, how do I make my arms swing correctly, but what is the psychological state that allows free arm swing, and how do I cultivate it? The state is one of comfortable environmental presence, of being genuinely at ease in one's right to move through this space. The arm swing follows weight distribution and lateral stability. The gait elements related to balance, centeredness, and smooth weight transfer are influenced significantly by physical conditioning, core strength, hip mobility, ankle stability, as well as by attentional and psychological factors. Physical conditioning work that improves core stability and hip mobility genuinely improves gait quality in ways that carry over into everyday movement. This is not the place for a detailed exercise prescription, but it is worth noting that the physical fitness practices most directly relevant to protective gait quality are those that develop core stability, balanced lower body strength, and the proprioceptive awareness that allows confident, stable weight transfer. Posture, expanding into space. The postural modifications most directly relevant to vulnerability reduction address the collapsed, contracted presentation that communicates reduced physical capacity and psychological withdrawal. The goal is not a rigid, military-style bearing, but what might be described as organized expansion, the postural configuration of a body that is occupying its space fully, with its structural systems working efficiently and its sensory systems oriented outward. The specific postural elements most directly relevant to vulnerability signaling are addressable in sequence from the ground up. Foot placement and grounding is the foundation of organized posture. The feet, when walking, should strike with a quality that reflects genuine contact with the ground, not the tentative, toe-first or flat-footed placement of the hesitant walker, but the heel-to-toe weight transfer of confident, grounded forward motion. The practice of what might be called active grounding, deliberately noticing the sensation of foot contact with the ground, allowing the body's weight to fully commit to each step, is both a postural practice and a mindfulness practice. It anchors attention to the present physical moment rather than allowing it to drift inward. Hip position and lumbar curve are the structural foundation of organized vertical posture. The flattened lumbar curve of postural collapse, the loss of the natural inward curve of the lower back, reflects both muscular tension patterns and habitual movement habits acquired through prolonged sitting. Restoring a natural lumbar curve is primarily a practice of allowing the pelvis to find its natural forward tilt, which creates the structural conditions for the spine above it to stack efficiently. This is not a practice of dramatically arching the lower back, but of releasing the habitual posterior tilt that is associated with prolonged sitting and stress-related muscular contraction. Chest and shoulder organization is the postural dimension most directly associated with the social communication of psychological state. Rounded, internally rotated shoulders and a collapsed chest communicate, in the cross-cultural language of nonverbal behavior, contraction, and self-protection. Opening the chest, allowing the sternum to rise slightly, allowing the shoulders to externally rotate and fall away from the ears, changes the body's apparent size and energetic quality in ways that are immediately visible. The practice of this opening is again most effectively approached through the embodied cognition lens. What psychological state produces this chest and shoulder organization? It is the state of gentle confidence, of comfortable environmental presence, of being genuinely at ease in one's surroundings. Cultivating the state cultivates the posture. Head position and gaze level complete the postural picture from the top. A head that rests in neutral alignment over the spine, neither jutted forward nor pulled back, with gaze oriented approximately level with the horizon communicates environmental engagement in a way that a downward tilted head with downward gaze fundamentally cannot. The practice of habitual horizon-level gaze, of defaulting to a gaze orientation that is level with or slightly above the horizontal rather than directed toward the ground, is both a postural practice and an awareness practice, because horizon-level gaze naturally encompasses the peripheral visual field in a way that downward gaze does not. Gaze practice. The eyes as environmental monitor. The gaze practices that support genuine environmental awareness and communicate it non-verbally are perhaps the most directly modifiable of the behavioral domains relevant to vulnerability reduction. They are also among the most immediately impactful, both because gaze behavior is among the most rapidly processed nonverbal signals in the predatory appraisal, and because the attentional consequences of gaze orientation are immediate and substantial. Horizon-level default gaze is the foundational gaze practice. The default orientation of attention when moving through a space should be approximately level with the horizon, a gaze direction that naturally encompasses both the forward visual field and, through peripheral vision, a wide sweep of the surrounding environment. This is not a stare or a search. It is a relaxed, open orientation of the eyes that keeps the visual system available to environmental information rather than directed at the ground, the phone, or any specific internal focus. Peripheral scanning, the habit of making regular, natural sweeps of the peripheral visual field, is a practice that can be deliberately cultivated and that, with consistent practice, becomes automatic. The sweep is not dramatic or suspicious looking. It is the gentle, ambient rotation of attention through the available visual field that characterizes a person who is genuinely monitoring their environment. In practice, this involves allowing the gaze to drift slightly in different directions at regular intervals, not a military-style surveillance pattern, but the natural, curious environmental monitoring of a person who is interested in and present in their surroundings. Acknowledgement eye contact is the practice of making brief, natural eye contact with people in the environment. The momentary registration of another person's presence that is a normal feature of socially aware movement through public space. This practice is not about staring at potential threats. It is about the ambient social presence that signals to anyone observing that this person is aware of who is around them. The person who makes natural acknowledgement eye contact with others in their environment has implicitly demonstrated that they would be able to identify and describe those others, a deterrent to approach that is entirely non-confrontational. Pre-entry scanning. The practice of pausing briefly before entering a new environment to scan it before committing to entry is a specific gaze practice with particular value in transitional spaces. Before entering a parking garage, a stairwell, an elevator lobby, or any other space that reduces sight lines and escape options, the practice of a deliberate visual scan of the environment. Who is there? Where are the exits? What is the baseline? Establishes the environmental model that the baseline comparison mechanism needs to function effectively. This is a brief investment, seconds, that substantially improves situational awareness for the duration of time spent in that environment. Environmental positioning and route management. The situational criminology framework makes clear that the environmental variables of the predatory opportunity equation are modifiable, that choices about where to be, when to be there, and how to position oneself within environments can meaningfully influence the available guardianship and isolation variables that shape predatory opportunity. These environmental choices represent a category of protective practice that operates independently of personal behavioral presentation and that compounds its protective effect when combined with behavioral and attentional modifications. Route awareness and variation. The practice of knowing your routes through public space, identifying the transitional and isolated segments within them, and where possible varying your patterns, addresses both the surveillance variable and the predictability dimension of predatory opportunity. The person whose routes are entirely predictable over time is providing exactly the kind of operational intelligence that the patient, environment learning predatory actor exploits. Deliberate variation of routes, timing, and entry points into familiar environments reduces this predictability without requiring dramatic changes in daily life. Transitional space management. The specific practice is relevant to the high-risk isolated spaces discussed in Section 5. Begins with the pre-entry scanning practice described above and extends to a set of specific choices about how to move through and position within those spaces. Moving through transitional spaces efficiently, with purpose, at a consistent pace, without stopping to check the phone or reorganize bags, reduces the time spent in high-risk environments and communicates purposeful movement to any observer. Positioning within transitional spaces. Choosing elevator positions that allow sight of the door, parking in well-lit areas close to entrances, choosing waiting positions that provide wall coverage of the back, reduces the isolation and sightline advantages available to a potential predator. Guardianship awareness and use. The practice of consciously registering the available capable guardianship in any environment and positioning to take advantage of it is a more active form of the environmental assessment that condition yellow supports. The question is not paranoid, are there threats here? But situationally intelligent. Who is here? What is their relationship to this space? And how does their presence shape the risk environment? The family at the adjacent table in the restaurant parking lot. The security guard near the elevator. The group of people waiting at the bus stop. These are guardianship resources, and the aware person positions to benefit from their presence rather than moving away from them toward isolation. Boundary setting. The verbal dimension of protective communication. The research on pre-incident indicators and the clinical literature from de Becker's work both converge on a finding with specific practical implications. The ability to set clear, direct, verbal boundaries, to say no in a way that is unambiguous and that does not invite negotiation, is one of the most consistently documented protective factors against predatory escalation. The practical cultivation of this capacity requires both understanding and practice because it runs directly against the social conditioning that most people have received, the conditioning that equates directness with rudeness, that frames the expression of personal limits as a social transgression, and that positions elaborate social excuse-making as the appropriate form of boundary expression. The clean no, the direct refusal without extended explanation, apology, or invitation to renegotiate, is the most protective form of boundary expression in a potentially threatening encounter. No, thank you, as a complete sentence. I'm not interested, without additional elaboration that provides conversational purchase for a skilled manipulator. No, without I'm sorry prefixed to it. These formulations feel, to people socialized towards social deference, uncomfortably blunt. They feel, to the experienced predatory actor testing a potential target's boundaries, like a clear signal that this target will not yield to social pressure, a signal that substantially reduces the probability of continued approach. The clean no requires practice precisely because it is uncomfortable. The discomfort is not evidence that it is wrong. It is evidence that it has been trained out of us, and that training it back in requires confronting and overriding the social conditioning that suppressed it. Consistency of boundary expression. The maintenance of the expressed limit across the predatory actor's attempts to override, reframe, or negotiate past it is the dimension of boundary setting that distinguishes protective expression from its merely nominal form. Many people can say no once. The predatory actor who has learned to work past a first refusal is not defeated by one no. They are defeated by a no that does not change when challenged, explained away, or socially maneuvered around. The research and clinical literature on the ignoring no pre-incident indicator makes clear that persistence of refusal, the willingness to repeat and maintain the boundary without elaboration or apology, is the most reliable signal to a motivated predator that this target will not yield. Technology management. The protective use of distraction awareness. The protective response to the distraction technology dimension of contemporary vulnerability is not a counsel of technological abstinence. It is not a prescription to stop using smartphones in public or to abandon the audio devices that make commuting tolerable. It is a prescription for deliberate, conscious management of the attentional consequences of those technologies in high-risk contexts. The practical framework is straightforward in its structure, if not always easy in its application. The question to ask, when considering whether to engage with a phone or audio device in a given environment, is not do I want to check this, but what is this environment and what attentional resources does it require? In a high guardianship, familiar, low-risk environment, a busy, well-lit commercial street at noon, the attentional cost of brief phone engagement is low. In a transitional space, an isolated environment, a late-night route, or any context where the guardianship and isolation variables are already unfavorable, the attentional cost of phone engagement is high enough that the benefit of the notification or the audio content it displaces is almost never worth it. The specific practice is the development of what might be called contextual technology discipline, the habit of reading the environmental context before reaching for the phone, and of reserving full attention for environments that require it. This is not always comfortable. It requires the tolerance of the low-level boredom or social disconnection that environmental monitoring involves. It requires the social confidence to stand in a space without the social shield that phone engagement provides. But it restores exactly the attentional availability that the predatory appraisal reads as reduced vulnerability, and it does so through the genuine mechanism, actual awareness, rather than the performed version. The practice of pre-travel risk assessment. One of the most consistently underutilized protective practices available to ordinary people is the simple habit of brief, deliberate environmental risk assessment before entering unfamiliar or potentially high-risk environments. This is not paranoid analysis. It is the application of the situational criminology knowledge we have built throughout this script to the specific environments an individual is about to enter. The pre-travel risk assessment is a brief, structured set of questions. What is this environment? What are its sightline and isolation characteristics? What is the time, and what does that mean for the guardianship and predatory activity variables? What is my route through this environment, and where are its highest risk segments? What is my plan if something develops that requires immediate response? These questions take seconds to answer. They produce a calibrated environmental model that substantially improves situational awareness and reduces the navigational uncertainty that contributes to pace variability and environmental disorientation. The practice of pre-travel assessment is most valuable not in genuinely dangerous environments, where most people are already alert by default, but in the transitional environments where complacency is most likely. The familiar parking garage, the well-traveled late-night route home, the routine path through a transitional space that has been traversed dozens of times without incident. Familiarity breeds the attentional inwardness of condition white. The pre-travel assessment is the practice of resisting that complacency, of deliberately invoking condition yellow in exactly the environments where habit most strongly resists it. The honest limits of individual protective practice. This section has examined a range of protective practices that the research supports as genuinely capable of reducing predatory target vulnerability. It would be dishonest to close that examination without an equally clear statement of the limits of those practices. No behavioral modification, no attentional cultivation, no environmental positioning strategy can reduce predatory victimization risk to zero. Criminal violence occurs across the full spectrum of target presentations and environmental conditions, including presentations and conditions that represent everything this script has described as protective. The research describes probabilities, not certainties. It identifies factors that shift the predatory opportunity equation, meaningfully, genuinely, in ways that are real and worth attending to. But the equation has many variables, and the individual can influence only some of them. The factors that individual protective practice cannot address are, in many cases, the most consequential: the motivation and determination of a specific offender, the social and structural conditions that produce predatory violence at the population level, the systemic factors that make some environments and some populations persistently more vulnerable than others regardless of individual behavior, and the simple bad luck of being in a specific place at a specific moment when a specific predatory actor with a specific level of desperation or determination is also present. These limits do not diminish the value of individual protective practice. they contextualize it accurately. Individual protective practice is one variable in a multivariable equation. It is a real variable with real effect. It is not the whole equation, and it should never be presented as such. The next section of this script addresses directly what individual practice cannot address: the ethical, social, and structural dimensions of predatory violence that are beyond the reach of any individual behavioral prescription and that constitute the most important and most neglected part of this entire inquiry. The ethics of the gaze, what this science means, and what we must not let it become. There is a version of this script that ends at section 10. It describes the science, explains the mechanisms, offers the practical tools, and closes with a measured acknowledgement of their limits. It is a complete document in a narrow sense, complete in its coverage of the research, complete in its translation of that research into protective practice, complete in the arc from problem description to proposed solution. And it is, in a more important sense, profoundly incomplete, because it leaves unexamined the most consequential questions that the science raises. Not the empirical questions, which the research has addressed with the degree of rigor and honesty that serious science demands, but the ethical questions, the political questions, the questions about what happens when this knowledge enters the world and begins to be used by people and institutions whose purposes are not the protective ones that motivated its development. This section exists because those questions cannot be deferred or footnoted. They are not afterthoughts. They are the intellectual and moral weight-bearing structure of the entire inquiry. And if they are not examined directly, honestly, and with the same rigor applied to the empirical content of the preceding sections, then everything that precedes them is incomplete in the way that a building with a solid facade and no foundation is incomplete. It looks finished. It will not stand. We will examine 4 major ethical fault lines in the science of predatory target selection: the victim blaming trap, the profiling problem, the structural blindness problem, and the research integrity problem. Each of these represents a way in which this science can be distorted, misapplied, or weaponized against the interests of the very populations it is meant to serve. Each deserves careful, unsparing examination. The victim-blaming trap: how description becomes prescription. The victim-blaming trap is the most immediately obvious ethical risk in the science of predatory target selection, and it has been a live concern in the research community since the earliest days of victimology as a formal discipline. Its contours are well understood, even if its resolution is not always simple. The trap works like this. Research identifies characteristics associated with elevated victimization risk. Those characteristics are described in behavioral or demographic terms. The description is then read, explicitly or implicitly, intentionally or inadvertently, as a prescription. People who display these characteristics are responsible for their victimization because they could have displayed different characteristics and did not. The descriptive "people with characteristic X are more likely to be victimized" becomes the prescriptive "people who display characteristic X should not be surprised when they are victimized." And from there, the short and catastrophic step to "people who display characteristic X bear some responsibility for what happened to them." This transformation from description to prescription is not a logical inference. It is a moral error, and a specific kind of moral error that the history of criminological victim research has made enough times to constitute a warning pattern. Benjamin Mendelsohn, one of the founders of victimology, proposed a typology of victims in the 1940s that included categories based on the victim's contribution to the crime, a framework that, whatever its analytical intentions, provided a conceptual architecture for exactly the kind of victim blaming that subsequent researchers and advocates have spent decades fighting against. Hans von Hentig's parallel typology included categories of weak victims whose characteristics made them more targetable, a framing that, again regardless of analytical intent, locates something about the victim as a causal factor in their own victimization. The Grayson-Stein research and its successors are susceptible to the same distortion. The finding that specific behavioral characteristics are associated with elevated target selection probability can easily be read, and has been read, in some popularizations of the research, as implying that people who display those characteristics are somehow culpable for the predatory attention they attract. This reading is not supported by the research. It is not supported by any coherent ethical framework, and it actively undermines the protective purposes that motivate the research in the first place. The analytical corrective is the one this script has applied consistently throughout. The distinction between mechanism description and moral responsibility assignment. Identifying the mechanisms by which predatory selection operates is a descriptive scientific project. Assigning moral responsibility for the criminal acts that result from that selection is a normative ethical project. These are different projects. They use different methods. They produce different kinds of claims. And they must be kept rigorously separate if either is to be conducted with integrity. The moral responsibility for a predatory crime rests entirely, completely, and without qualification on the person who commits it. Full stop. The behavioral or demographic characteristics of the victim are not moral factors in that responsibility. They are empirical factors in a causal sequence that begins and ends with the choice, however rapid, however preconscious, however dispositionally shaped, of the predatory actor to approach and harm another human being. That choice is the moral locus. Everything else is mechanism. The profiling problem, when pattern recognition becomes prejudice. The second major ethical fault line in the science of predatory target selection is the profiling problem. The risk that the research findings, combined with the cultural tendency to apply pattern recognition across demographic rather than behavioral dimensions, produce or legitimize forms of social sorting that are both empirically unjustified and ethically indefensible. This risk operates at two levels. The first is the individual level. The risk that a person who has absorbed the content of this research begins to apply its pattern recognition framework to the people around them in ways that are distorted by pre-existing racial, class-based, or other demographic biases. The research on predatory target selection identifies behavioral and kinetic vulnerability cues as the primary signals in the predatory appraisal. It does not identify race, class presentation, or other demographic characteristics as primary vulnerability signals. But the human tendency to apply pattern recognition across the most salient available dimensions, and race, in societies where racial categorization has been central to social organization, is among the most salient, creates the risk that the research's behavioral framework is applied in practice through a demographic lens. This is not a theoretical risk. The broader literature on implicit bias in threat perception, documented extensively in social psychological research by Anthony Greenwald, Mazarin Banaji, and their colleagues, demonstrates that race significantly influences how quickly individuals classify ambiguous figures as threatening or dangerous, with the ambient cultural associations of race producing systematic and measurable distortions in threat perception that operate largely outside conscious awareness. The research on racial bias in police use of force, in criminal justice sentencing, and in the perception of criminal threat by civilian populations all reflects variations of this same underlying mechanism. The second level at which the profiling problem operates is the institutional level. The risk that the science of predatory target selection is used to legitimate institutional practices of demographic profiling, the use of race, ethnicity, class presentation, or other demographic characteristics as proxies for criminal threat or criminal intent in policing, security, or criminal justice contexts. The history of such practices is extensive and documented, and the harm they have caused to individuals falsely suspected, surveilled, or targeted, and to communities systemically subject to discriminatory enforcement, is real, significant, and ongoing. The science of predatory target selection does not support demographic profiling as either an empirically valid or an ethically defensible practice. The research consistently identifies behavioral and kinetic cues, not demographic characteristics, as the primary signals in the predatory appraisal. Demographic characteristics are, at best, weakly correlated proxies for the behavioral patterns that constitute the actual vulnerability signal, and that correlation is mediated by socialization, life history, and structural factors in ways that make demographic categories extremely imprecise and error-prone proxies for behavioral assessment. Using demographic proxies where behavioral assessment is both possible and more accurate is not just ethically problematic, it is empirically inferior. It produces worse assessments, not better ones. The appropriate application of the science is behavioral, not demographic. What does this person's actual movement, gaze, and postural organization communicate? What does this environment's actual sightline structure, social density, and temporal characteristics contribute to the opportunity equation? These are the questions the research supports. They are also, critically, questions that are answerable without reference to the demographic characteristics that bias and distort threat perception in both individual and institutional contexts. The structural blindness problem, what the science cannot see. The third ethical fault line is the one that is perhaps most invisible from within the research tradition itself, the structural blindness problem. The science of predatory target selection, as developed across the research literature this script has examined, is overwhelmingly focused on the individual level of analysis, the behavioral characteristics of individual targets, the perceptual processes of individual offenders, the environmental features of individual situations. This individual-level focus produces genuinely important and empirically valid findings. It also, by the nature of its focus, renders invisible the structural and social factors that produce predatory violence at the population level and that no amount of individual behavioral modification can address. The structural factors are not subtle. They include the social and economic conditions that produce elevated concentrations of motivated offenders in specific communities, the systematic underinvestment in the environmental design and physical maintenance of neighborhoods that creates and sustains the crime hotspot geography that situational criminology documents, the social isolation and community fragmentation that reduce capable guardianship at the population level, the economic desperation that shapes the offender motivation, variable in the predatory opportunity equation, and the specific social conditions, including gender inequality, the normalization of violence in certain cultural contexts, and the systemic failures of criminal justice response that produce the differential vulnerability patterns across gender and other demographic categories that Section 9 examined. These structural factors are not external to the science of predatory target selection. They are part of its explanatory scope. Routine activity theory, as its creators explicitly recognized, is a framework for understanding how social structural changes, specifically, changes in the patterns of daily activity produced by post-war economic shifts, produce changes in crime rates. The original 1979 Cohen and Felsen paper was concerned precisely with the structural level, with how the movement of women into the workforce, the expansion of leisure time outside the home, and the proliferation of portable valuable goods changed the opportunity structure for predatory crime at the population level, but the translation of the research into practical application, into the kind of protective practice content that Section 10 represents, tends to focus almost entirely on individual behavioral modification while leaving structural factors largely unaddressed. This is understandable as a practical matter. Structural factors are not accessible to individuals acting alone, and the purpose of practical protective content is to give individuals tools they can actually use. But the cumulative effect of a discourse that focuses overwhelmingly on individual behavioral modification while leaving structural factors unexamined is a discourse that implicitly locates the solution to predatory violence at the level of individual behavior, which is precisely the level at which victim blaming operates. The corrective is not to abandon individual-level analysis or practical protective content. It is to maintain, explicitly and consistently, the structural context within which that content operates. Individual protective behavior reduces individual risk at the margin. It does not change the population-level conditions that produce predatory violence. Changing those conditions requires structural interventions in housing, economic opportunity, environmental design, community social fabric, and the institutions of criminal justice that are beyond the reach of any individual behavioral prescription and that must be understood as the primary, rather than supplementary, response to predatory violence at the social level. The research integrity problem, bias in the science itself, the fourth ethical fault line is internal to the research process. The possibility that the science of predatory target selection reflects, in its methodology, its framing, and its conclusions, the biases of the researchers who produced it and the cultural and institutional contexts in which it was produced. This is not a charge that the research is fraudulent or that its findings are invented. The core empirical findings, the consensus among offenders in target selection, the behavioral and kinetic characteristics associated with elevated target selection probability, the role of environmental and social factors in the predatory opportunity equation, have been replicated across multiple researchers, methodologies, and cultural contexts with sufficient consistency to establish their basic validity. The findings are real, but real findings can be framed in ways that reflect bias, emphasized in ways that serve specific interests, and applied in ways that distort their original scope. The history of science is full of examples of valid empirical findings that have been framed and applied in ways that serve the interests of dominant social groups while harming marginalized ones. The history of criminological research specifically, a field with deep historical entanglements with policing, criminal justice, and the ideological projects of social control, includes multiple examples of exactly this pattern. The specific biases most relevant to the science of predatory target selection include the overrepresentation of incarcerated offender populations in the research, which may produce findings that reflect the characteristics of caught and convicted offenders rather than the broader population of predatory criminals, who differ from their incarcerated counterparts in ways that the research has documented but not fully mapped. The cultural and geographic specificity of much of the research, which was conducted primarily in North American and Western European contexts, and may not translate without modification to different cultural environments. The historical emphasis on certain crime types, street robbery, sexual assault by strangers, over others, which shapes the victim characteristics and offender behaviors that the research has examined most carefully, and the gender dynamics of the research community itself, which has historically been male-dominated in ways that may have shaped both research questions and interpretive frameworks. Acknowledging these biases is not an invitation to dismiss the research. It is an invitation to read it carefully, to apply it with appropriate humility about its scope and limitations, and to support the ongoing research that addresses its gaps and tests its conclusions against more diverse populations and contexts. The ethical deployment of this knowledge. Having examined the four major ethical fault lines in the science of predatory target selection, we can now ask the question that those fault lines frame. What does ethical deployment of this knowledge look like? What are the conditions under which this science can be used in ways that genuinely serve the protective purposes that motivate its development rather than distorting it into the victim blaming, profiling, structural blindness, and research bias traps that have been examined above? The first condition is explicit framing. Every presentation of this science, every discussion, every script, every educational intervention, every policy application must explicitly establish and maintain the distinction between mechanism description and moral responsibility assignment. This is not optional disclaimer language. It is the ethical foundation of the entire enterprise. Without it, the research becomes a resource for victim blaming rather than victim protection. The second condition is behavioral rather than demographic application. The research supports the assessment of behavioral and kinetic cues. It does not support the assessment of demographic characteristics as proxies for those cues. Any application of the research that substitutes demographic assessment for behavioral assessment is both empirically inferior and ethically indefensible, and must be identified and challenged as such regardless of the institutional context in which it occurs. The third condition is structural contextualization. Individual protective practice must always be presented within the explicit context of the structural factors that produce predatory violence at the population level, and the limitations of individual-level interventions must be stated clearly rather than implied. The individual is responsible for their own protective behaviors. The structural conditions that make those behaviors necessary are the responsibility of the broader society and its institutions. The fourth condition is research humility. The science of predatory target selection is real, valuable, and empirically established in its core findings. It is also incomplete, culturally specific in significant respects, and subject to the biases inherent in any research conducted by human beings in specific historical and institutional contexts. Presenting it with appropriate epistemic humility, as the best current understanding of a complex phenomenon rather than as a complete and final account, is both scientifically accurate and ethically essential. A note on the cultural moment. It would be artificial to address the ethics of this science without acknowledging the specific cultural moment in which this script is being produced and consumed. A moment in which questions about crime, safety, personal responsibility, and structural factors are deeply politically charged, in which the concept of victim blaming has genuine social salience and is sometimes applied too broadly and sometimes not broadly enough, and in which the audiences for content about predatory violence include populations across a very wide range of perspectives, experiences, and vulnerabilities. The science does not belong to any political tribe. It is not a conservative argument for personal responsibility over structural reform, nor a progressive argument for structural reform over personal responsibility. It is an attempt to describe, with the best available empirical tools, how a specific category of harmful human behavior operates. Those descriptions have implications at both the individual and structural levels simultaneously, and the ethical deployment of the science requires holding both levels in view simultaneously rather than flattening the analysis into a single-level framework that serves a predetermined political conclusion. People who have been victimized by predatory violence are not served by science that focuses entirely on their individual behavioral characteristics to the exclusion of the structural conditions that enabled their victimization. They are also not served by a political discourse that refuses to engage with the behavioral and situational factors that shape victimization risk on the grounds that doing so constitutes victim blaming. Both distortions fail the people they claim to serve. The ethical deployment of this science requires the courage to hold both in view, to describe mechanisms honestly and to contextualize them structurally, simultaneously, and without flinching from either. What the ethics of the gaze ultimately requires, the predatory gaze, the rapid, cold, assessing look that runs its 10-second calculation on the sidewalk and the parking garage and the late-night transit platform, is a real phenomenon in the world. It has operated throughout human history and across every social and cultural context that the research has examined. It will continue to operate regardless of what any individual does about it, and regardless of what any institution decides about it. It is, in this sense, a permanent feature of the human social landscape. What the ethics of the gaze requires, what honest engagement with this science ultimately demands, is that we look back at it with equal clarity, that we understand its mechanisms without mystifying them, that we develop genuine tools for navigating its presence without distorting those tools into instruments of victim blaming or demographic prejudice, that we acknowledge the structural conditions that make it possible without using that acknowledgement to evade the individual level practices that genuinely help, and that we maintain, consistently and without compromise, the moral clarity that locates responsibility for predatory violence exactly and entirely where it belongs, with the person who chooses, however rapidly and however preconsciously, to harm another human being. The gaze is theirs. The responsibility is theirs. The science belongs to everyone. And what we do with it, how carefully we handle it, how honestly we apply it, how rigorously we refuse its distortions, is a measure of how seriously we take both the protection of the vulnerable and the integrity of the inquiry that serves that protection. That is what the ethics of the gaze requires. It is not a small requirement. It is exactly the right one. 10 seconds, a lifetime, and the ongoing negotiation between predator and prey. Return, for a moment, to that Thursday afternoon sidewalk where this script began. The light is still flat and gray. The bus has still exhaled its crowd of people onto the pavement. Office workers, students, a woman with a stroller, an older man with a canvas bag over one shoulder. They still scatter in their practiced, unconscious choreography. Nobody still looks at anybody else for more than a fraction of a second. Everything about that scene is the same. And everything about how you see it is different. You see it now with the knowledge of what is happening inside it, beneath its surface of ordinary urban indifference, within the compressed time frame that the research has mapped and measured and verified with the patient tools of behavioral science. You see the 10-second world that runs inside the ordinary world. You see the nonverbal language that the bodies in that crowd are speaking without their owner's permission or awareness. The gait patterns that communicate purpose or hesitation. The postural organizations that communicate presence or withdrawal. The gaze behaviors that communicate environmental engagement or attentional absence. You see the ecological structure of the space, the sight lines, the social density, the transitional zones, and you understand how those features shape the predatory opportunity equation that is, potentially, always running somewhere in the background of scenes exactly like this one, that you see all of this not with fear, but with something more useful than fear, understanding. The kind of understanding that does not produce paralysis, but orientation. That gives you a framework for moving through the world more intelligently, more attentively, more genuinely present than the unreflective routines of ordinary life typically demand. That is what 12 sections of rigorous, honest, uncomfortable inquiry have been building toward. Not a reason to be afraid of the world, a reason to see it more clearly. What the journey through this science has built. It is worth, in this final section, drawing together the threads of the inquiry explicitly, not to summarize what has already been said in detail, but to show the architecture that the individual sections have together constructed. Because the value of this body of knowledge is not in any individual finding or any single section's contribution. It is in the way the findings fit together into a coherent, multidimensional picture of a complex phenomenon, a picture that is greater than the sum of its parts and that only becomes visible when all the parts are in place. The foundational empirical platform is the Grayson-Stein research and its successors, the demonstration, through rigorous methodology and extensive replication. That predatory target selection is not random, but systematic, that it is based on specific, identifiable, replicable behavioral and kinetic cues that experienced offenders read with remarkable consensus and remarkable speed. This foundation is solid. It has survived 4 decades of scrutiny and follow-up research. It is the bedrock on which everything else rests. On that bedrock, the behavioral science of nonverbal communication, the research on gait, posture, gaze, and environmental awareness builds the specific map of what the predatory appraisal is reading. Not an arbitrary or culturally contingent set of signals, but behavioral expressions of genuine psychological states. States of attentional engagement or withdrawal, postural organization or collapse, environmental presence or absence. These signals are involuntary. They are the body speaking the truth of its psychological state whether or not the speaker chooses to broadcast it. Understanding them is not about learning to perform better nonverbal behavior. It is about understanding the language that our bodies are already speaking and that the world is already reading. The cognitive science of expert judgment and thin-slice appraisal builds the mechanism of the predatory reader, the neural architecture of rapid, preconscious pattern recognition that allows the experienced predatory actor to assess a sidewalk full of potential targets with the speed and accuracy that the research documents. This mechanism is not mystical. It is the predictable output of expertise, dispositional orientation, and the ancient threat detection hardware that the predatory appraisal has co-opted for vulnerability detection. Understanding it demystifies it. strips away the aura of supernatural criminal intuition and reveals the cognitive machinery beneath. The situational criminology of routine activity theory and environmental design extends the picture from individual to ecological, showing how place, time, and social context shape the predatory opportunity equation in ways that both amplify and suppress individual vulnerability. The environment is not the backdrop of predatory selection. It is a variable, one of several, interacting with the others in ways that the research has mapped with impressive precision. Cooper's color code and Inslee's situational awareness framework translate the science of vulnerability into the practice of protection, showing that awareness is not merely a desirable personal quality, but a specific, cultivable cognitive state with documented behavioral consequences that directly address the mechanisms of predatory selection. And de Becker's clinical analysis of pre-incident indicators and the suppression of threat response adds the subjective, experiential dimension that the objective behavioral research cannot access. The inside view of the 10-second world from the perspective of the person the appraisal is directed at, the offender testimony, filtered through appropriate skepticism about its reliability and read against the behavioral record, confirms and complicates the picture, showing that the predatory appraisal, when experienced practitioners attempt to describe it from the inside, takes the form of felt recognition rather than conscious analysis, and that the behavioral signals the research identifies are indeed the signals those practitioners describe attending to. However imperfectly, their verbal accounts capture the underlying process. The demographic and technological analysis updates the picture for the contemporary moment, showing how the smartphone era, the ecology of modern urban anonymity, and the persistent socialization patterns that suppress threat response in specific populations have shaped the current predatory opportunity landscape in ways that demand contemporary rather than merely historical analysis. And the ethics section, the most important section in the script in the sense that it is the one without which all the others would be incomplete, provides the moral framework within which all the empirical content must be held. The insistence on the distinction between mechanism description and moral responsibility. The refusal of demographic profiling as either scientifically valid or ethically defensible, the acknowledgement of structural factors that individual behavioral modification cannot address, and the epistemic humility about the limits and biases of the research itself. This is the architecture. It is substantial. It is, in all the ways that matter, true, not in the sense of final or complete, because science is neither of those things, but in the sense of honest, rigorous, and genuinely correspondent with the best available evidence about how predatory selection actually operates in the actual world. The ongoing negotiation. The title of this final section describes the relationship between predator and prey as a negotiation, and this word deserves examination because it might seem like an odd or inappropriate choice for a relationship that is, by definition, non-consensual, violent, and characterized by radical power asymmetry. The word is chosen deliberately and with precision. Not negotiation in the sense of a meeting between equals at a table where both parties have something to offer and something to gain. Negotiation in a different and older sense. The continuous, dynamic process by which two parties with opposing interests navigate the same terrain, each seeking advantage in an ongoing interaction that neither fully controls. The word comes from the Latin negotium, business, transaction, the management of affairs, and at its root, it carries the idea of active engagement with a situation rather than passive receipt of it. The negotiation between predator and prey is ongoing in exactly this sense. It is not a single, discrete event. It is a continuous process that unfolds across the full texture of social life. In every environment a person enters, in every interaction with a stranger, in every choice about how to move through a space, and what to attend to and what to ignore. The predatory opportunity equation is always potentially in play, in the sense that its variables, motivated offenders, potential targets, capable guardianship, are always potentially present in the social environment. And the negotiation is ongoing in the sense that the values of those variables are continuously shifting in response to individual behavior, environmental conditions, social context, and the particular constellation of actors who happen to share a time and space. What the science of predatory target selection offers to the person who has engaged seriously with it is a form of negotiating intelligence, a clearer understanding of the terrain on which the negotiation operates, the variables that shape its dynamics, and the levers that are genuinely available for shifting those dynamics in protective directions. This is not certainty. It is not immunity. It is not the ability to opt out of the negotiation entirely. It is the ability to participate in it more intelligently, with better maps, better tools, and a clearer understanding of what is actually at stake and what is actually possible. What genuine safety looks like. Point one of the persistent confusions in discussions of personal safety is the conflation of genuine safety with the feeling of safety, the assumption that a person who feels safe is safe, and conversely that any awareness of threat is itself a kind of harm to be avoided. This confusion is understandable as a psychological matter. Feeling safe is pleasant, and the cultivation of threat awareness involves a degree of discomfort that most people naturally prefer to avoid. But as a practical approach to navigating a world that contains predatory violence, it is dangerous in exactly the ways that de Becker's analysis of the suppressed threat response reveals. Genuine safety is not the absence of awareness of danger. It is the presence of the intelligence, attentiveness, and capability to navigate danger effectively when it arises. It is what Cooper's condition yellow actually describes, not the paranoid hypervigilance of someone who experiences every stranger as a potential threat, but the relaxed, grounded, environmentally present awareness of someone who has integrated the reality of a complex world without being overwhelmed by it. It is the capacity to honor genuine threat signals without being dominated by the ambient social anxiety that de Becker distinguishes from true fear. This kind of safety is cultivated, not granted. It is the product of genuine engagement with the science we have examined, not surface-level familiarity with a set of tips, but deep integration of the mechanisms, the principles, and the ethical framework that together constitute a genuine understanding of how predatory selection operates and how it can be navigated. It is built through the practice of deliberate awareness, the cultivation of environmental presence, the development of the social courage required to honor genuine threat signals and set clear boundaries regardless of social discomfort. And it is held, always, within the honest acknowledgement of its own limits. The recognition that no individual capability can fully substitute for the structural conditions, the social fabric, and the institutional responses that address predatory violence at the level where it is ultimately produced. This is not a comfortable picture. It does not offer the clean resolution of a simple answer, a set of behaviors to perform or a technology to deploy that renders the predatory threat null. It offers something more modest and more genuine, a set of tools, a framework for understanding when and how to use them, and the intellectual honesty about their limits that genuine safety requires. The human cost of what we have examined. Throughout this script, the subject matter has been treated as an intellectual problem, a scientific, psychological, and ethical puzzle whose solution requires rigorous engagement with the available evidence. This framing has been necessary and appropriate. The complexity of the subject demands it, and the intellectual rigor it requires is not in tension with genuine care about the human stakes, but is, in fact, its highest expression. But in this final section, it is appropriate to acknowledge explicitly what the intellectual framework has held at its center throughout without always naming directly. That the predatory violence whose mechanisms this script has examined represents one of the most fundamental violations of human dignity and safety that the social world produces. The people at the center of this inquiry, the ones on the sidewalk in the Grayson-Stein footage, the ones whose cases de Becker reconstructed, the ones whose experiences motivated the behavioral science and the clinical practice and the criminological research that this script has drawn on, are not abstractions. They are human beings who were selected, approached, and harmed by other human beings who chose, in those rapid, preconscious, but ultimately agentic moments, to treat them as objects rather than persons. That choice, the choice that lies at the moral center of every predatory act, is the reason this inquiry matters. Not the intellectual fascination of the mechanism, though the mechanism is genuinely fascinating. Not the psychological complexity of the predatory mind, though that complexity is real and worth understanding. But the human cost of what happens when the 10-second calculation completes and the approach begins. That cost is borne by real people, in real bodies, in real communities, with real and lasting consequences. Every finding in this script has been motivated, ultimately, by the possibility that understanding the mechanism might reduce that cost, might give some of those real people, in some of those real moments, a genuine edge in the ongoing negotiation. Whether it does depends not on the science itself, but on what is done with it. On whether it is communicated with the ethical care and intellectual honesty that prevents its distortion into victim blaming or demographic prejudice. On whether it is embedded in the structural context that acknowledges what individual knowledge alone cannot change. On whether the people who engage with it are left, at the end of the engagement, genuinely better equipped to move through the world, more aware, more grounded, more intelligently present, rather than merely more anxious about it. The 10 seconds, revisited 0.10 seconds, is a very small unit of time. In 10 seconds, you can read perhaps 40 words. You can take 2 or 3 full breaths. You can walk perhaps 20 feet. You can, if you are the subject of this script's inquiry, run a calculation so fast that it bypasses the conscious mind entirely and arrives as a felt sense, a recognition, a certainty, a decision, before the analytical mind has had time to even formulate the question. In those 10 seconds, the entire architecture of the vulnerability assessment we have spent 12 sections examining unfolds completely. The gait is read. The posture is assessed. The gaze behavior is registered. The environmental context is evaluated. The social matrix is scanned for capable guardianship. The pre-incident indicators are weighed. The template library is consulted. The pattern is recognized or not recognized, matched or not matched, and the decision, approach or move on, is made with the speed and the certainty of expert perceptual judgment in a domain of extensive practice. Those 10 seconds are not inevitable. They are not irresistible. They are not the end of the story. Because in those same 10 seconds, in the same compressed time frame that the predatory appraisal is running, the person who is its subject is also present in their environment, or not present, scanning or not scanning, moving with purpose and postural organization and distributed gaze, or moving with hesitation and collapse and downward focus. The negotiation is simultaneous. The calculation runs in both directions. And the variables, the real, modifiable, research-documented variables that shape the outcome of that calculation, are not fixed. This is what the science ultimately offers. Not the elimination of risk, not the guarantee of safety, not the simple answer that this complex subject has never had and will never have, but the genuine, evidence-based, ethically grounded understanding that the variables are real, the variables matter, and the variables can be changed by individuals who understand them, in environments that are designed to support rather than undermine safety, within societies that take seriously their structural responsibility for the conditions that make predatory violence possible. 10 seconds. A lifetime of moving through a world that contains those 10 seconds, and the ongoing, never fully resolved, always consequential negotiation between the predatory gaze and the awareness that looks back at it. That awareness is not passive. It is not fearful. It is not naive about the world's capacity for harm or its own capacity to limit that harm. It is simply, genuinely, powerfully present. In the 10-second world, presence is everything.